Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the UKL Twitch channel. This is the Four Nations 2025 Spring Split. My name is Trajan. I'll be your desk host for the first two games once again. And my analyst today, our Black Bloxer, and Temporal, also stroke streamer, Temporal. Welcome. Do you see the wildness behind the eyes of someone who is desking and streaming at the same time? That's how you can tell. Welcome, gents, to the desk once again. We're one day in, and we have already had quite a few interesting results to get stuck into here. Some teams with some very differing trajectories. Bloxer, from day one, is there anything that particularly stands out to you? What was your biggest impression from that first day of play?
The fact that we had both of our Div 2 teams picking up wins, we got to watch the Inkwink one, and they looked great. And the fact that we were also able to pick up that win versus the Bandits, our second place
Yeah.
team last split, I was very impressed with the way that that team looked. It'll be great to see Symbol at some point today as well, to see how they're actually looking up against these Div 1 teams. But the fact that they've already gotten here, come out swinging, picked themselves up at least that first win, such a great start for both of them.
Yeah, we know they look good coming in from Div 2, and the Bandits themselves have been one of our Div 2 promotions, and certainly that seems to be a pretty successful way to add strong new teams to this league right now, so that's always good to see. Temporal, how about you? What stood out to you from day one?
I had a pretty good time sort of seeing the teams we weren't sure about on the tier list. Please, Twitch chat, let me know if my microphone works. It should work. I should be able to hear me right now, but alas, I'm flying slightly by the seat of my pants. I can see my microphone is making a green bar move around, and we're going to take that as an absolute win. You know, some teams sort of met expectations, and others we sort of see the character that's going to develop over time. We saw like very raw and rough pieces. So with that in mind, sort of want to see them hit the ground running in game 2 and not necessarily slip to that O2 position.
Yeah, now, not to trouble you, Temporal, but could we maybe take a squiz at the standings very quickly? We know the draft is going to get started very, very soon, guys, because we are basically at the 8:30.
Something happened with draft, and I haven't put the standings in yet.
Okay, what I might just do is I might just let you guys know what the standing is, and then we'll get into draft, right? Let's not blow a brain valve for Tempora right here. And this is the simplest day they could ever be, right? They're only going to get more complicated than this. But just to get everybody quickly up to speed, we've already heard a couple of those winners referenced. But Belfast Storm, Symbol, Quick, Rise Gaming, and Venom Crest all picked up wins on that first day. They're all 1-0, which left Broadham Friends, Good Chi, Paragon, Bulldog Academy, previously known as Vertex, and the Bandits all at 0-1. So some of our most well-known, most historically successful teams, Broadham Friends, the Bandits last year, opened with that loss. They have not had the start that they wanted, but teams like Venom Crest that we had our expectations for, both our Div 2 teams, as you mentioned, Bloxer, and then Rise Gaming as well, quite importantly, someone who struggled quite a lot last split, did open up looking a heck of a lot better, I'll be honest, but we certainly had high hopes for that upgraded roster, so we'll see more of them later on today, perhaps. But Bloxer, before we get into that draft, while we have some time remaining, let's talk a little bit about our first day matchup, which is Broadham Friends versus Belfast Storm. Now, neither of them put together the cleanest first game of the season, shall we say, but given your storied history as a Broad hater,
yes,
how are we hating right now on Broad? Are we still hating, or because there wasn't? Yeah, talk to us about that. Talk to us about how your journey as a hater for Broad.
They lose to Rise, and they get the sickest trap beat dropped on them from Trizzy as well.
Oh, they
I don't know
actually
if either
do.
of you have seen that, but Trizzy dropped an absolute
Right on
banger
the timeline.
on the timeline, and it was genuinely hilarious to watch. The thing is, right, it wasn't even necessarily that it was Broad and Friends hating for me. It was MF hating that was actually really happening on that day. They drafted MF comp. They draft a pretty good MF comp overall. Unfortunately, MF is bait at the moment. They get baited by the fact that champion's not good. Even when it wins, it's barely relevant unless you find the, perfect moment for it. They did not. They found no good moments for it, and they got put in the dirt, and I was so happy about it. I'm sorry, bro.
How do you cast the LPL with all of the misfortune that gets picked up every time she can, survive a lane?
Look, if LPL players are still mucking it up half the time, stop playing it, people, please.
Yeah. Let's put Spark on something that has the ability to move, I guess, maybe, shall we, folks? It's a decent point though that for Broad it was a tough start, and something that Sovinix was we were kind of getting takes from the rest of the talent team leading into the show, and he's wondering that Cabbage Corp have dominated the scene for a lot of time, right? For years of UK League. But is this the same scene that it was years ago, right? We went through a period of doldrums, a period of UK League is dying, of esports winter, of all of the negativity that kind of led into the end of 2024. But, you know, is the league quality just a little bit higher? Are we actually just low-key getting better at the game again? Like, we've got, as you say, the promoted Div 2 teams are doing really well. The talent system, the talent factory is kind of spinning up again a little bit here for UK League. So, Temporal, do you think that Cabbage Corp, I guess, as that 4-man squad, at least with Akers plonked on there, like, in a simple term, can they still hack it? Like, are they still the dominant force, or are they in catch-up?
I don't think so. And I did have like a 5-minute rant on our pre-show stream. If you didn't catch it, it is up on our YouTube somewhere. And if not, I'll put it up there later today when we're all finished here. One thing at a time. And I'm not sure they can hack it, you know? I'm not convinced. I think we have a lot to overcome. Akers is great, but even last split was not, you know, the solo killing demon king that he has been in previous splits. We haven't seen him rip Beartree's head off for a hot minute. And you know, I've seen that clip about 80 times. I need to see it again. I need to be convinced because the level of everyone else just has come up so much. And I think an excellent team to test it against is a Broad and Friends. For Broad and Friends is a Belfast Storm that has got 3 champions on it, 3 ex-champions who are also looking to prove their own stuff and no doubt feel a lot of pressure in the second game of the split.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the Belfast Storm as well, as much as we can pride Broad for putting a messy one together, decent in lane, very much not so after that, and Rise took away the win. BFS had a pretty messy one themselves, Bloxo, against Paragon, you know, and this is a Paragon roster that we're expecting to struggle somewhat, and there's a lot of kills being given away, you know, there is maybe a general higher sense of game understanding there that I think paid off for them, but I don't know, what do you think it was that kept BFS in that game, that worked for them, and kind of what went wrong? Like, kind of give us the pros and the cons of that one for them.
So I feel like the pros are pretty easy to see for this one. Shadow of Chains, who we had no clue about coming into it, was smacking people around. Get the solo kill right at the very beginning of the game up against, I think it was Ketsuo's Silas. Yeah, up against Ketsuo's Silas in the top side, and then gets a triple kill after that, and on the Jace just starts rolling through. Was honestly looking so good. The rest of the map wasn't looking quite so hot, at least during the early stages, but I don't know how much I want to blame that on Belfast Storm not necessarily having the team all together, or whatever that is, or on the fact that Paragon are unfortunately just those people, where every game they're a part of are a mess in some way, shape, or form. You know, it looked like it was going well for Paragon, then they threw it, then they get it back, then they throw it, and this is just Paragon gaming. So I really do need to see Belfast Storm up against some other teams, some slightly more normal teams, and God, you know what I think of Paragon when I'm calling Broad and Friends a normal team, but to really get a gauge on how good they are and how much they're really willing to be dragged down into the mud, or if it was just Paragon.
Yeah. It was certainly a muddy one, that's for sure. Now, Temporal, how much credit can we give Paragon for the picks and kills that they were able to find? Because ultimately, it never really felt like they were in control of that game, and they did end up losing kind of with a decent goal deficit by the end of it. But given their ability to find picks, like, I guess what positives can we take away for a team that is able to still kind of get those windows?
We can look against them last split, where they were completely not in control of their own destiny week 1, and you know, we have that function. We have them able to look after themselves. And you know what? I've also got able.
What's he got? Chat.
One of
guess.
these.
It's the draft. He's got one of these, chat. It's the draft. Excellent. Okay, and we are going at 7 trillion miles an hour. We've already B1'd the Gwen. This has certainly just become the pick of all time right now in this patch. I imagine we've already done the draft and we're just cycling through
this
it.
This might be a repeat because my link got broken.
Yeah,
wow!
So let's just, if we could just hold on this as long as possible, then maybe...
I don't think they were finished. Maybe they were finished.
Okay, so let's take a quick review right here. Belfast Storm, okay, heavy jungle focus round 1, Visor, Nocturne. Then the instant first pick for Broad and Friends was the Viego. So they did not want to wait for more jungle bans. They got a Viego for Porp. And now this isn't... Normally, I've seen a lot of enabling, kind of bridging junglers for Porp as of the last few seasons of play that I've seen him in. This is a bit more carry-oriented. I think that's pretty cool. And then for Belfast Storm, we've already got the Gwen locked in. We have a Yone as well. And Ambessa about to potentially be locked in the last spot. So plenty of carries all across that top side. I mean, I'm assuming it's Gwen jungle from this, but you know, this seems like they're also looking to get a bit to carry from the top half of the map, you know, especially putting an Ezreal Nautilus down bot lane. I'm expecting Belfast to not really be looking south of the river blocks so that much.
No, I mean, if you really want to go down into this bottom lane and try to gank onto your Ezreal Nautilus, I think that what that's telling me is that you have immense amounts of confidence here in Wicked and Shadow of Chains to be getting their own solo kills. Maybe they already have, and now as Tofu you can be heading down into the bottom lane. Otherwise, I think, yeah, very much right. You want to be getting involved in this top side. The Ezreal's going to be fine. Maybe even bring Jamsu with you to try to make your ganks happen elsewhere. There's some very vulnerable lanes on the top and mid side.
Yeah. And looking at the way Broad and French approached it, they instead have gone for the Varus, Neferi, and the Riven. The Riven, of course, a ban targeted at Shadow of Change, who is a bit of a Riven OTP on the solo queue ladder. The Jace left open, but not taken. So we'll see. I assume it's going to be the Ambessa, I would imagine, up there. Still very much a skill expression champion into what looks like a Poppy, though, for Akers. So Temporal, I think, giving Akers more of a classic Akers pick. You know, it's a frontliner, it's a tank, it's weak side adjacent. You know, it's maybe more of the old style of Akers where he can just be the reliable rock up there that they might need.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting tell. We've sort of hopped on that, like, oh, Akers, you know, is inserted into the cabbage. Can he make a difference? And you're up against a team that clearly wants to make the best of Gwen, Yone, just run people through, run them down, and chase onto people, which has been a super popular style. I think pretty successful at the moment. Playing evasive, the EDG21 style is pretty difficult in the current meta. We've just added so much approach in the last few years. I do like the Poppy to sort of reinforce the front line. We'll have to see if it's enough, because the Victor, no doubt QQR, will be trying to be made vulnerable here.
Yeah, for sure. I think they've got a very nice double backline. For Kai'Sa Victor, the Rel engage, the Poppy front line, and a Viego kind of spanner in the works to throw into every team fight. And I like that we've given Spark something that can move in a team fight. This is good. I'm big fan of this shift here for Broad and Friends. Blocks are giving the Kai'Sa onto Spark right there. Now, because we have the Rail Kai'Sa, and for an Ezreal Nautilus, we're normally expecting the Nautilus to just hard dip pretty early on and just kind of leave the Ezreal to his own devices. Do you think we should be seeing Zeta kind of match him and follow him around the map, or do you think there's a room to just push the 2v1 and try and get an advantage there? What do you think is the best way for us to manage this from the Broad and Friends side, if we kind of know the usual play with Ezreal lanes?
Yeah, if Jamsu is leaving the lane, I would very much like to see Broad and Friends try to push through that lane. Viego, one of the better champions alongside a Poppy, if you bring it down alongside the Rel mainly to dive with. I think there's definitely a chance to try to push Fuyu around properly through the dives, get some advantages there. You're so right. I love the fact that we're seeing Spark onto something a little bit more aggressive that can also move around a bit more. It's a pretty tough game to actually be able to play it into. You know, there's not a huge amount of targets that the Kai'Sa's going to enjoy trying to kill here. The Ezreal kind of being the main one, maybe the Ambessa if you can space it out correctly. But trying to play through this Kai'Sa, I think, is going to be the main thing. Not just because you want to get it ahead, but also because Viego very much also would like to be getting some early kills too. You just have to be careful to be tracking Tofu around and not get counter-ganked, counter-dove here. Because in that situation, that's where the Gwen jungle can really begin to pop off.
Yeah, the biggest risk for sure. I do want to take a quick allude to tell Trajan all of the special things he's asked for are now ready, including a spicy game with Spark picked in. But yes, all of the things are ready. Tell me what you want.
Okay, so what I would like us to have a little bit of a featured matchup in this game, folks. I was looking at the matchup here, and we have the story of Belfast, or Broad and Friends, I should say, the 4 stack of Cabbage Court plus Akers on the top side, has the Poppy in this game, very much needs to control that front line, right? Gwen, Yone, and Bessa, there's a lot of mobile, some dashers, some heavy carries up there. He's got to be on point. He's got to be the classic reliable Akers that we know. And then Shadow of Chains has just come off one of the best opening debut games we've seen in UK League for a long, long time. So I'd like that to be our featured matchup. And we've had a little graphic prepared, everybody, to set you up for it, okay? Akers on the one side has been a rock of the scene for years. 10 splits to his name, double digits. Very few people can say that. A couple titles under his belt. The guy can play everything. But Shadow of Chains, what a game. What a game, everybody. What a Jace game that was. 14, 2, and 5. True gaming went on in that one, and that's enough for me. So that's all I'm really here for. You know, I'm here for the history, I'm here for the story, guys, but I'm also here for the gaming, and this matchup has both. So that's why this is going to be our featured matchup. Bloxer, if you had to pick, I guess let's assume it's an Ambessa just for the sake of sanity. If you had to give the edge to one of these sides, do you think Shadow Chains is genuinely going to be actually going to take it to everyone and be the new top lane benchmark? Is going to be the Lars of this season, or do you think Aka's going to be able to control him with the Poppy?
I think, unfortunately, we've ended up with an Ambessa Poppy matchup in our featured matchup, you know? In a top lane meta with so many cool, interesting things that could have been happening here on our screens. This one, I don't know. I think right here, I am going to give the slight edge to Akkas just because the Poppy is so good into the Ambessa. It is so very good at just taking the matchup, slowing it down. In this situation, if Shadow Chains is actually able to get himself an advantage in the laning phase, not just teamfight effectively, but actually in the laning phase, get himself ahead, that's a massive boon to him. Yeah, you can do it on the Jace. Cool. Can you do it into a counter matchup that really is not favored towards your champion at all?
Yeah, so maybe we're expecting to see the value come out for Akkas in the aggregate, necessarily. Going to be slowing down the lane, but perhaps the value that he can get off the Poppy in those later team fights will be where we'll see that success come through. Now, we're about to go into game. Temporal, I gave Bloxer to ask him to predict the featured matchup, but Temporal, would you like to predict the outcome entirely for me? Could you give us a game prediction for Broad and Friends versus Belfast?
I think we're going to have Belfast. I think we're going to have it. Not the cleanest, not the fastest, but I'm a fan of just this melee, send it and sort of find out what arrives style. So very quickly moving things around. I wonder what's about to go on in the back. Audience.
Yeah, because I'm about to make something happen. So I hope you've moved all the things around. Just the water, the red light flashes on his face from his screen. Very worrying, but we're going to send it anyway and just see what happens. So with that, let's pass it over to our casters, Zathos and Sophoenix for game number 1. Let's see if the screen transitions.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. What a transition. Producer of the ages. Well done to the desk for breaking that down. But yeah. Interesting game. I kind of made the point where I feel like this is a really big one for Broad and Friends. They just got slapped with a diss track on Twitter. They lost the first game on day 1. They have a lot to prove in this second games after. He's muted.
Oh, what a great way to be back. Thank you, Sophoenix. Yeah, a lot of drama behind the scenes. It's super exciting. Of course, all a bit of fun. Broad and Friends, I think they have an uphill battle, to say the very least. I think their team comp can work, especially with the front to back. They can have the Viego to get themselves a reset, but I still don't think it's enough. They gave over the Gwen early, a champion that I think is just too strong in this meta.
Yep, Gwen is super powerful, and I think last week we saw how strong Gwen was. Didn't pick up as many wins as Neferi. I think last week Neferi had a 100% win rate, but I think not picked in today's game. One thing I want to talk about the drafts is you can tell which team are the newcomers to the scene and which team are the old guard of the UK. Broad and Friends, they have a draft, double tank front line. You got a control mage, you got a marksman, jungle's kind of whatever. But then on the other side, you just got this melee range, TikTok mechanics level type of team composition. I'm expecting Yone to do some crazy things. This Ezreal better get that drum and bass in the background. So yeah, it's old versus new.
Gen Z comp is probably the best way to describe it.
Yeah.
Everybody's just trying to go in, have their bit of fun. And I absolutely love the style. We already talked about the feature matchup of Akkas and Shadows of Chains. Of course, the Ambessa versus the Poppy, not much going to be happening there, but you still have a Yone in the mid lane, a Gwen in the jungle. That top 3 versus 3, I don't see any way in the world, if they mechanically play it right, the Broad and Friends will be winning up there. I think this game is truly going to come down to, can Broad and Friends find a lead with their Kai'Sa and rail towards the bot lane, or can the opposite side of Belfast Storm use that 3v3 top side to get those Void Grubs and extend that lead?
Yes, and obviously Zapdos last week, there's been so much conversation around the start of the split. A lot of people excited, a lot of stuff going around on social media. What are your takes on these two teams based on the first day of games?
Yeah, so I did actually see the tier list that came out a little bit ago about both of these teams. I think Broad and Friends were a little bit unlucky to lose their game yesterday. Of course, it was an Elder flip, the reason that they lost there. I would give them a slight edge mechanically on being able to win today, but I think Belfast Storm, with the composition they had, of course, losing to Rise, a team that I know very well from last split, weren't able to win out there as they just mechanically weren't up to that level. And that's my big concern here today is both of these teams so far, they haven't shown us a clean game or anything nearby it. So maybe if they can hone it in a little bit more, they have a big opportunity to try and, I guess, show the league how good they can truly be.
Yeah, definitely. I think this Broad and Friends roster definitely one that people respect a lot. There are some names across the board here that you can't help but feel like they are so experienced, so talented in what they do. They've got the track record that no one else has to back it up. But I think what the desk talked about is pretty important. The rest of the league has increased in quality, and I think back then in the UKL, what this Broad and Friends roster had was individual power over their opponents and the macro power over their opponents. This time around, it's a completely different story. I don't know if they're individually the best in their roles anymore. I still believe that they are towards the top end of class in the league, but only time will tell. What do you think so far of the new additions to Belfast Storm?
I think the new addition to Belfast Storm, I'm really happy with it. I always get excited when we just see old players and new players stick together. A few of the members that I really know, of course, is like someone like Jamsu on support, been around the scene for a very long time, very good at those hard engaged supports. But I'm mostly excited about Shadows of Chains, which we talked about before. I don't remember the last time when I watched UKL, saw a rookie come in and was actually this excited about their gameplay, because they're not the usual players like Akers that can play defensively. Yes, he can, but he's more there to get yourself a massive lead. Remember, he went 14-2-5 in his last game, something that anyone would be super proud of. And I'm excited to see if he can actually do anything in this game, as now he's against a veteran top laner in the UKL who's won 2 splits, and more importantly, in a counter matchup.
Yeah, no, I think Shadow of Chains came in guns blazing. He definitely has a lot to prove in this upcoming one. I think last game they played against Paragon. It was a messy one, but I think if you're the team that comes out on top in a messy game, I think that does say quite a lot about the roster that you do have. A lot of intuition, a lot of I guess fundamentals that are existing within the squad. I think though, if I'm being honest, that was a 1v9 performance.
Very much so.
I think in terms of the other players on Belfast Storm, I still have big question marks on the way they played against Paragon. And let's go back to the fact that Paragon isn't being exactly highly rated this split. A lot of people have them towards the bottom end of the league at the current moment in time. And so if the rest of Belfast Storm are struggling against what is considered to be, not the best players, they're going, if they haven't, come with their A game today against Broad and Friends, then it's going to be potentially a reality check for them. And I mean, maybe Shadow of Chains is just so goddamn good that he can pull out another 1v9 regardless. But as the desk said, this is a tough matchup for him. So I think the other members of Belfast Storm do need to step up in this game.
Yeah, 100%. I see him a little bit like Zeus when he was on T1. The rest of the members did do a lot, but Zeus carried a lot of those games. So I'm excited to see if Shadows of Chains is able to do it here today.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tough matchup in terms of the draft. Obviously, we discussed how they're two very different team compositions. What's your breakdown on how this game will kind of play out?
Well, I think, like I mentioned before, it comes down if they can actually. It's hard because when you play for the top side, like Belfast Storm clearly want to do with their composition, having the Yone, having the Gwen, and having the Ambassador towards the top side. I'd say they 100% need these Void Grubs, and it would help them a lot being able to push the lead with the Yone and the Gwen, who are fantastic at taking these towers. But when we get towards the late game, I still think they're in an absolutely fantastic spot. All they have to do is make sure when they engage that they're able to not get bursted out, as that's the whole style of Broad and Friends. Because when you have a champion like Viego in your team, it's very much about playing around him. And yes, you have a Kai'Sa. Yes, of course, you have a mid lane carry like the Victor, but it's all about finding that reset. And with how messy these games are, it's either going to be a blessing or a curse for Broad and Friends, because it could be a blessing of, okay, they're super messy, we can find a pick, find that reset. But it could also mean that you're whiffing your engages, you're not as a team together, exactly what this Viego needs.
Yeah, and actually, whilst the general consensus is that this game is going to be a little bit chaotic, I actually think Broad and Friends, this particular roster, have a little bit more control than previous iterations of Broad and Friends. I think this is a very experienced lineup, and I think, like, I mean, we'll have a sense check 5 minutes into the game, but let's not forget this on paper, based on what people have said, it's going to be a tough one for Belfast Storm, and it's going to be really important in the early game. I believe we're ready to go into game. So, oh, we need a break. Sorry, misheard that. I'm gonna throw it to a quick break as we get the game sorted. So don't go anywhere. We will be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are straight into the action, and at the snap of my fingers, I have conjured up 3 kills for Broad and Friends, as I predicted. Well,
Perfect. Everything we needed, right? Kills onto Broad and Friends. If you're a fan of them, you are very happy with this early game. There's only one caveat to that. Those 2 of those kills are actually on their support.
yeah, 2 of the kills are on the support, but I mean, the bigger thing is the gold lead in favor of Broad and Friends right now. The draft is good, and it kind of goes back to the question. Obviously, we expected a chaotic game, but 5 minutes in, sadly, we didn't see how everything panned out. It's looking very clean for Broad and Friends. They're basically even everywhere in terms of CS, and they've picked up 3 kills on the bottom side of the map. So pretty good for Broad and Friends.
Yeah, they've been able to hold on towards this top lane, which we are concerned about. Shadows of Chains, of course, having a fantastic game last time. But down towards the bot side, the main thing I'm guessing happened down there is Kaiserville have an amazing 2 versus 2 against the Nautilus and Ezreal. The way that matchup usually works is the Ezreal and Nautilus just push out the lane, let Nautilus roam around the map. And with that pressure, did get themselves that first dragon.
Yeah, they do. So a lot of that action kind of just focused towards the bottom side of the map. Grub's being taken at the current moment in time, but Tofu trying to interrupt something. Akaz is entering a bit of a duel. I believe, actually, sorry, it was Tofu who was on it, and Akaz interrupting that. So, Broad and Friends, they also have a dragon. They are also going to get 2 grubs here. Again, didn't quite see what happened due to the technical difficulties, but it seemed like a very dominant early game, and we're seeing a play towards the mid lane here. And oh dear, I believe there is a dead Yone. Simple as that. Zeta standing himself in the spotlight, going 3 kills on the route.
I don't know who the AD carry is anymore. Zeta trying to carry the team with 3 kills in towards their pocket. But Broad and Friends doing a fantastic job in this early game. We didn't see on our screens, but Flash was expended by this Yone early into the game. And they're able to abuse that by picking up that first kill. And more importantly, Akka's having a great matchup towards this top side, bullied out these Void Grubs. So Broad and Friends didn't just get that dragon towards the bot side, those 4 kills. With those 2 Void Grubs as well, they're absolutely dominating this early game.
Yeah, it's a strong start. Belfast Storm, they looked good, but it was they looked good in a game of chaos against a weaker team, and now maybe for the rest of the league, with their eyes on this game right now, it's starting to creep in. Maybe that was just due to the nature of their opponents, and they are in the face of a strong Broad and Friends roster. 8 minutes into the game, and this does not look good for Belfast Storm.
And to Phonics, we had this conversation of Broad and Friends, a team who, okay, Aka's just trying to push out the top wave. We had this conversation of having these people who are veterans of the scene, 3 people in Broad and Friends who have won the UKL Championship, compared to Belfast Storm, who are very much newer to the league. And I think it's showing here, as Broad and Friends seem to be more calm, more collected, and seem to have got the jitters out mostly in this early game from their last game.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think right now we are looking again. Shadow of Chains. He's going to be such a talking point after that Jace performance. And again, it's kind of similar as the previous game, where a lot of bad things seems to be happening across the map. He is the stable one. He is the one lane that isn't necessarily behind. When it was the Jason to the Malphite, again, a tricky lane for him to play. This one is also quite a tricky one to play out, but seems to be doing all right. We believe we're headed back into the
You
cameras.
see our beautiful faces again. You know, haven't been here for a full split, finally back. And how good has it been for Broad and Friend? You know, if you're a fan of theirs, you've been quite peaceful, been quite relaxed. And more importantly, when we got to see the final part, I saw that first item was already completed from the Kai'Sa. And do you know what the response was from the support of Belfast Storm Jumpsuit? He wanted to leave there as fast as possible. Before those nerfs come through, he got himself symbiotic cells. And I'm not expecting that Nautilus to be staying bot lane much longer.
No, I think Data's been very active around the map, and I believe we're ready to head back into the game, and we'll see how he utilizes these symbiotic shoes. Um, but yeah, no, I'm quite concerned. Oh, actually, we're seeing a 1v1 happening in the top lane. Akers essentially showing Shadow of Chains a big welcome back into the UKEL, but Shadow of Chains will survive for now.
He has teleport advantage as well, so he can take a trade and be very comfortable. Same towards the mid lane for the Yone. As towards the bot side, Broad and Friends, their biggest goal is just to keep extending this lead. Look for more kills on towards the Kai'Sa, hopefully not on towards their support. While on the opposite side, I'd like for Broad and Friends, just have this Nautilus roam around the map. You have amazing scaling towards your top side, the Yone and the Embessa. If you can help them find a lead, they can absolutely dominate their solo lanes.
Yeah, I'm a little wary at the moment for Belfast Storm in the sense that I actually do believe Bron and Friends do have the better scaling on their team composition. Belfast Storm, we kind of discussed that they have these like mechanics champions, and it's Wicked almost getting solo killed by a Victor that is sitting on a catalyst. No AP stats. That all the AP in Victor right now is coming from Doran's ring, and Yone almost dying solo in laning phase. It's a little concerning, kind of going back to that point of where this early game is looking like for Belfast.
He does have Vampiric Scepter at least, so all the damage he will be taking, he can still heal up a Posh's
Oh,
miss.
yeah, he's going for a Fate Sealed used to gap close. This is not the best trade here for Wicked because QQR can obviously just base and TP back to the lane. Whereas, I mean, he does, like you said, does have the Vamp Scepter, so can regen a little bit. But chunk down to half HP after, having a TP'd back in, and QQR will be able to celebrate this little advantage he has.
Yeah, he was able to get Prios towards mid lane. Nautilus got out here.
Yeah, Jamsu potentially in danger. The camera moved over as I believe if Flash was used to get over the wall, Jamsu should be fine. Again, I don't know if the slow game is it for Belfast Storm. They don't get they kind of get outscaled other than the Gwen and maybe the Yone. So yeah, it's a slow one.
Yeah, they need to be a lot quicker on making these plays happen because Broad and Friends aren't just staying how they are. They're using Akers to bully out the top side. And because Nautilus is staying down bot lane, this is just going to be happening. Fortunately, the Void Grubs will still go over to Belfast Storm, but we need to start finding these towards the mid and towards the top side. As I think the best way to describe how Broad and Friends are just easier to execute. They just have to find a good rail engaged and the team fight's basically complete. Compared to Broad and Friends, they need to every single individual has to play it perfectly. And in this early game, this mid lane is looking so rough. Even with that Vampiric Scepter, he's having a lot of trouble trying to CS here.
A lot of trouble, and I can't quite remember if the Yone was picked into the Victor or the other way around, but I mean, this is a matchup where it's kind of Yone favored. Obviously, came through with some nerfs to the Shadow Cleave, so I think it's called Spirit Cleave actually. So yeah, it's a little bit weaker. But Jamsey getting caught out. Used the flash earlier. There is a Porp in the vicinity, and I think Jamsu probably going to get cut down. He has no flash. Spark using the killer instinct just to secure the kill, and there's a stun forward onto Tofu. Flash back to the turret. Belfast Storm have to drop another casualty, this time going to the right target in Sparks Kaiser.
And just look at the vision Belfast Storm have, or sorry, Brod and Friends. They got all of this river lit up. So anytime Jamsu overslept by just a little bit, you get his flash or you get yourself a kill onto him. So yet again, Brod and Friends extending this lead, finding another kill on towards that Kai'Sa. They can even look for some tower plates towards this bot side. And this is just such a different look from their last game.
It's such a different look, but I mean, we say different. They had good early game against Rise as well. They kind of just faltered. As I believe in that game, it was against a Viego Rise who kind of just took over the mid game. But I mean, we're heading towards that mid game sector of the game right now. QQR getting ganked by two people, the Tunisian partners in crime, working together, but it doesn't quite take down the British mid laner as he survives for now. Wicked doesn't quite land the Q3. Jamsu missed the hook as well. A lot committed by Belfast Storm, but they are not going to find anything but the flash on the Victor.
Yeah, flash with flash there. Teleport available as
Oh,
well.
hang on there. Oh, looking for Akers here. Keeper's Verdict's going to knock the Gwen away. And Porpoise now starting to make his move over to this skirmish. Jamsu having to run away. The flash still on cooldown. As Belfast Storm get pushed out of their own play. And Brod and Friends, they keep their lead. No one has to fall.
Yeah, but Belfast Storm actually happy with how that play happened because they used a teleport and flash only for a flash. However, towards the bot side, Jinquin didn't move at all. He was down there getting himself tower plates, and it isn't going to amount to much, but that extra little bit of gold with that Trinity Force will slowly help Belfast Storm get themselves back into this game.
Yep. Belfast Storm, I mean, getting themselves back into the game, it's one small step, but to be honest, I'm not even sure if it's enough. I'm assuming he's still months behind over Spark right now. Seeing Kamsu potentially in a troublesome situation again. That flash is on cooldown. Clearing out vision is part of your job, but ensuring you don't drop kills over to your opposite team is also part of it. And unfortunately for Jamsu, that's the fourth death of this game, 4 out of 6. And he's having a rough one, the experienced veteran support of Belfast Storm.
Yeah, I was hyping them up so much before this game, but it's so difficult to try and play. You have a bad matchup into the rails. Whenever you engage and use that W, the shield gets blocked, don't have as much armor, and you can just get bursted out. And the big thing I'm just upset with Belfast Storm is I wish they just mostly gave up towards this bot side, leave the Ezreal to clear the wave, and look towards top lane to push this lead. Because even though everything has been happening towards this bot side, Akers on his lonesome has still been able to win out in this 1v1. And this is what you expect from a veteran top lane in the league.
Exactly. This is exactly that. And right now, Shadow of Chains is being controlled. He's being neutralized very expertly by Akers. There's no 12 kill and better just yet.
Just yet.
Still, yeah, game still
Next 5 minutes.
Played.
Everybody
Who
dies.
knows? I mean, that's kind of what happened against Paragon, right? He just emerged from laning phase, picked up a fat triple kill, and then suddenly he's, Shadow of Chains is the man to be feared. So maybe that could happen. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, everything's possible in a game of League of Legends, but what seems to be more possible for both these teams is a contest towards this top side. Trying to look for this Rift-Tailed. Instead, they will opt to go for the reset. And Brod and Friends are in a fantastic position, not just because of their gold lead, but they have picked up these first 2 dragons as well. When you're playing a team comp that scales fantastically towards this late game, and you want the enemy team to walk into you, you can just start pressuring for that major objective. So dragon up in 1 minute 30. Big expectations for Brod and Friends to be looking for that as Belfast Storm, 4 members towards this top side, might be looking for this Rift-Tailed and maybe more on towards Akers, but it's just so difficult against the champion, which counters everything the Belfast Storm wants to do.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know how I feel about this. This is Infernal Soul Point. This is a dragon where a lot of the times when I see it being taken, I see it being won by the team that takes it. So if you want to give this over, they're looking for a play onto mid lane. Gamsu does get the dredge line on to Zeta. Does get a 3-man crash down into Magnet Storm as he is flashing over the wall. And once again, Belfast Storm just don't seem to be able to pick up a kill. Despite being close on QQR in the mid lane, on Zeta in this occasion, the dragon gets picked up by Porp. And no one dies from Brod and Friends.
Yeah, and they expend so much for that. Double flashes, all 3 ultimates as well. So it's bot lane, a nice little trade.
Yeah, Fate sealed down onto QQR, but Hey, this is Rod of Ages mage meta, so all these mages are basically tanks at the current moment.
Oh, Savonix, you're mid lane main. I am not. I was expecting a lot more damage to be coming out from a one-item Yone. Just showing if you build correctly, you can have a lot better of a game. And talking about building correctly, Zeta going for the Zeke's Convergence. And because he got those 3 kills early on, that's the only reason he was able to buy that. And if he didn't get those kills, in that last play when he got picked off at that dragon, he would have actually died.
Yeah, I can't help but feel a bit rough. One of my weaknesses as a player was I just had this ability to face tank every ability from an assassin. Sadly, I did not play during Rod of Ages meta, so I wasn't able to just pick everything up, as you can see mages able to do nowadays. They just... I mean, QQR got hit by everything. Let's not pretend he got hit by absolutely everything, and he just walked away.
Mechanically wasn't perfect, but if you're able to build correctly, it makes it a whole lot easier. As the side of Blood and Friends, taking absolutely everything. Also, these players are much better than will ever be, or at least on my side. Blood and Friends going to be able to pick up Rift Herald as well. They're just absolutely dominating this map. Blood and Friends need to start to realize how are they going to get themselves back into the game, because as they're holding on, they may only be 3,000 gold behind. So I'm just having troubles trying to think, when does Belfast Storm actually win a team fight?
Well, as I said, time is running out. They are playing a team composition. We described it. This is the Gen Z form of League of Legends. You are supposed to be trying to skill check and hands check your opponents. They are currently sitting at 0 kills at 19 minutes. The desk, myself, you, we were expecting chaos out of this Belfast Storm roster. Probably something that could throw a veteran team like Blood and Friends off their game. But all they've done is kind of just sat back and allow things to happen. Their superstar Shadow and Chains in the last game is about to drop his turret in the top lane. Belfast Storm, they just kind of just stood there whilst things are occurring in front of them, and they're not using that Gen Z composition like I expected them to.
They're missing out on the subway surface. I think that will absolutely fix Belfast Storm, but as they're looking towards the mid lane.
Yeah, it could be a fight for you. Takes a lot of damage, but trades a decent amount of damage back onto Spark. Both had their summoners still, so I don't think it was as close as the health bars suggest. No objective to necessarily hard commit for. So they just back off. It was just a ADC trade, casual ADC trading.
Yeah, usual trade. Nobody going to expend anything major in that last fight, except for maybe the Kai'Sa ultimate, if you want to say that. But Atakan available for both of these teams. Blood and Friends understanding this, pivoting towards this top side with how incredible their vision is. Coming towards the bot lane, going to get vision. Probably won't start up straight away. As Blood and Friends, they're still only 1 dragon away from getting themselves on towards that soul point. And this is where Belfast Storm have to take this large engagement. They need to be as strong as possible, maybe 2 items on most of their carries. The big concern is, will they actually get towards that point? They have about 2 minutes to get there, and there's still around 2,000 gold that Yone needs to pick up for that Infinity Edge, while towards the jungle still needs around 1,500 for that second item for Tofu.
Yeah, and I mean, I actually think that could potentially be a shield bow instead of the Infinity Edge, so Yone probably further away from the power spike than initially thought. Okay, we're actually seeing a public execution down onto QQR. That is a Rod of Ages Victor, but Gwen has a lot of health shred. This could be Belfast Storm finally picking up a kill. That is going over to Tofu. Get the shot down onto QQR. With the dragon spawning soon, this could be their best chance to fight it. They just need to get their research in and head over down to the bot side.
Yeah, 36 seconds left and teleport available. Blood and Friends will be all 5 members for this major objective. As well, Shadows of Change and Tofu's ultimate will be up. The way I see Blood and Friends maybe winning a team fight is finding another pick like that 10, 20 seconds before these major objectives. They do have the Nautilus ultimate. Yone, of course, with the ER can go so far in such quick time. The question is, can they actually find the pick before the next major engage?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. And the thing is, for Blood and Friends, I wonder if having a missing flash on your Victor might just be enough to sway you away from forcing your hand at this objective. You are in no rush. You are the scaling comp, and you already have 3 dragons. You can handshake this over, but this is Blood and Friends. I doubt they will do that. They will confidently contest this. Herald being spawned into the mid lane. Teams will just be facing off against each other as that seemed like a slow contest here. They might be looking for Shadow Chains. Let's use that flash defensively. Herald will get charged in, and they start moving over to the dragon.
Yeah, Dragon been started up 5 versus 5. Real still has that flash available. Can find a really nice ultimate here.
Yeah, they're entering through that little choke point. My eyes are on Zeta to try and see if he blocks them out. Akka's playing defense as well. Infernal Soul secured already by Brod and Friends. A 2-man fate sealed from Wicked, and Shadow of Chains is not going to replicate what he did last week. As he goes down, he finally finds himself slain in the UKL. As Brod and Friends, they welcome, you are now facing a strong roster in this league, and we are not going to back down in the face of your potential conquest on our Infernal Soul. They get that important objective. They secure this voracious Artican, and Belfast Storm, if they were running out of time before this play, now they are really limited on their win condition.
Yeah, they were just too late to that engage. After getting that Rift Herald down towards the mid lane, they just needed to go, but they never found a good opening because QQR was so well defended. We talk about this composition of having that double front line of the Ret and the Poppy, and they did exactly what they needed to, finding a 3-man ultimate from Zeta, and Akka's got a 2-man knockback as well. So now with that Elder Dragon, with that Atakan and that Dragon Soul in hand, 8 kills in their pocket, they're looking to extend this lead, look for this Baron as well. And I was not expecting such a clean game from Brod and Friends so far.
Yeah, it is such a clean game, and it goes back to that conversation of, hang on, what was that day one like? Was it a cause of the quality of opponents, or was it just an off day? I think for Brod and Friends, they've come across, a diss track. They came across a day one defeat to Rise Gaming, and they are sat here now. They are not messing around anymore. They're looking for a player towards the bot side. Shadow of Chains was the talking point for Belfast Storm, but hey, again, that same conversation. Last week, he was against a weaker opponent, and now that he's against one of the stronger teams in the league, seeing maybe it wasn't much of a Shadow of Chains.
I feel like we have to defend a little bit Shadows of Chains. He's been in a matchup where he's again absolutely dominating the 1v1 just because of the champion differential. And on top of that, you have your team playing towards the bot side, not trying to help you at all. It kind of makes sense that he had a difficult time.
It makes sense, but it was a similar story to last week, right? He was Jace against Malphite. That is not traditionally a good matchup for Jace, and his team were also losing. So, kind of seeing, I think he's...
What a cheeky TP out there.
That's a cheeky TP. That's, finally, some Gen Z mechanics we're seeing on show.
He's definitely seen a TikTok of it, and he saw it yesterday. He was like, oh, I could replicate this in a game.
What? TP.
I mean, using vision to TP, I'm not.
I was being completely sarcastic.
I think we're just too old these days.
Yeah, it could be. We are some old-fashioned League of Legends gamers, but a Baron being taken out, Keeper's Verdict knocks away the potential steal. The crash down from Zeta is going to catch Jamsu. 1 reset for Porp, as looks like Fuyu's going to have to play his kiting game. Fortunately, that's just too much of a wallet diff as Spark slays him down. Belfast Storm feeling confident. Tofu does pick off a kill onto Porp, but it is just a consolation prize. The kill score goes 11-3, and Brod and Friends continue their domination. They're going to chase out Shadow of Chains and Wicked here. Has that Q3 on the Yone and the Flash to get away. Do survive, but I feel like this game might be creeping towards the end.
Yeah, really difficult for Belfast Storm, and you probably don't believe me, but they are at their item spikes. 2 items for both, well, for everybody on the team except for their support, but they're just too far behind. Gold lead at that 7,000 gold mark, and when you get outscaled, the real question comes down to when are they going to take their final stand? Baron's available, they have themselves 4 dragons. Maybe they could wait for Elder. The only problem is I'm not sure if the game is even going to last that long, as Belfast Storm being very meticulous with how they're doing it, playing a 1-3-1 Poppy towards the top, Kaiser towards the mid lane, and of course Victor towards that bot side. All they're looking to do is crack open these inhibitors, as Akka's is just having fun with them.
Yeah, and the thing for Belfast Storm is that they're so behind on how much damage they can do because of the gold. But now with the Infernal Soul in question, they are super far behind. Beautiful stasis from Spark to dodge away from the public execution. Jamsu getting caught once again. Tofu has a choke point to play with, but his front line in partner is already down. Fate sealed from Wicket was great, but he's just so far behind, it doesn't even matter. Porp is going to get another reset as Spark gains more kills. That triple kill for the Kaiser as Porp jumps between over 7 different walls to secure another reset onto Tofu over the base. This should just be game, set, and match for Broad and Friends. And for Belfast Storm, they have to drop their first game of the split.
Yeah, it's the same story as last time. Shadow of Chains against the world. He may have won last time, but he isn't able to do it here today.
Not able to do it here today. And whilst he wasn't the problem, he definitely wasn't a solution either. And for Broad and Friends, this is a statement. They had to come into this game to show what they were about. They had a rough result against Rise. They had I go back to the diss track, but this is Broad and Friends saying to the rest of the league, do not forget us, put some respect on our names. We are former champions of this league. We are not going to go down without our fight, and they took it to Belfast Storm. This was probably the most dominant game I've seen so far of the split. Actually, by far, so far this split. And so, yeah, Broad and Friends, big props to them. And for Belfast Storm, it wasn't necessarily... I don't want to say they did anything wrong. More so, Broad and Friends were just too good.
Yeah.
And they had a composition where if you lose the early game, it's going to be tough from that point.
And it really just comes down to veterans versus new people in the scenes. You could just see the confidence ooze out of that team. Rod and Friends having such a fantastic time there.
Absolutely. We'll throw it to a quick break as, well, the cast desk will be able to break down that game further forward. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We won't share the joke.
You can if you want. You can if
To
you
save
want.
temporal the shame. But what we will do, we're not gonna share you. We're not gonna spare them all the shame, okay? Because Broad, all right, had the mop and bucket out, and they rolled their sleeves up, and they cleaned up their act since Monday, because that was a very classy game from them, a victory over Belfast Storm. Now, I think it's only right that we give the floor to our number 1 and number 2 Broad haters to just react to what we've seen. Bloxer, why don't you lead us off? How are you feeling right now after the success of Broad today?
Look what happens, guys, when you give your ADC a real champion. A real champion with the ability to move slightly to the left and right and not just get one-tapped by everything that walks up to you.
It's big.
Good things happen. I'm really happy to be excited about Broad. I don't want to be the number 1 Broad hater. Unfortunately, they just keep forcing my hand. This game, though,
Yeah.
way better.
Yeah, there's no time. No more time for hating. So Broad, good job, basically, is the key takeaway here. But it's time for Paragon versus the Bandits. We're trying to get back on schedule right here. We're starting nice and on time at the half-hour mark. So the draft is not going quite so quickly this time. To catch up for that first round, though, Ornn, Kindred, and Urgot the first ban. So Loopy earning the Ornn from last split and the Urgot from this split. What a first game from him on the Bandits. Sadly, it wasn't the win, but certainly no fault of his own. And then the Bandits are going instead for the jungle focus. The Ivern, the Gwen, of course, flexible to top as well, and the Neferi. So they're really trying to shut Fruity Carrots out. Now, Temporal, we've still resulted in a B1 Varus, so a very standard start right here. But given that the Bandits have now lost, particularly the 2 Loopy specials, where do we go from here on the top side? Because there's no Kindred either, so Lunkerver's been denied his best carry.
It's a little bit sad in that, you know, they've had to sort of ban the Neferi there. I think that's just a red side, like you've been pushed by blue. They've still got a Viego open, so wouldn't be too shocked to see that. And with the Sivir coming through, they do have lots of run at you options. Are we going like blocks? Hang on, isn't this from your neck of the woods?
It is indeed. It is indeed. Now, we've been seeing some good and some bad of it. Let's see if it's locked in first before I go off on a little mini rant about the Yorick, because there's some great tech with this champion, but you have to commit to it correctly. I would also be surprised to take it this early on, because it does also have a lot of pretty good counters. You can totally pick it here as the Bandits. You just have to fight it.
Yeah, maybe just a moment of fear. It's like, here, we're hinting run at you. Like, please ban him. Please throw the second phase. Just watch out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where, because low key, I haven't seen Cassante in a hot minute, and I feel like that doesn't get enough attention. That how much hate people just pile on Cassante for being an unignorable champion. Where'd he go, guys? Feels like we might have booted Cassante out. Yeah. And that was one of the other champions, especially in the grand finals, that Loopy actually pulled out some really good Cassante games, was my point with that. So if I'm looking for champions I've seen Loopy have good games on, Cassante is the number 3 one on the list that I've seen. Now, they have gone for the Viego for Lunkerfer. Still 2 Viego games in a row so far in the 4 Nations. Another great carry jungler in Lunkerfer and a great carry champion for him. However, Paragon have also deigned to stumble into the Enchanter bot lane zone with the Lulu, and Bloxer paired it with the Varus. I feel like we rarely actually see the Varus get that pairing. Normally just get some CC setup and the Lulus go with the Jinxes or the Aphelioses or even sometimes the Ezreals. But with the Varus, how are we feeling about this?
I think the thing is, once you pick the Varus, obviously you're very wide open. You can go towards the range or just the on-hit version. But then also, the second that you then see that you're going to be up against the Civet, well, that lane is no longer something you're worried about. You're not going to constantly be dying in that lane, so we can kind of just chill. You don't have to worry about being jumped particularly by the support, whatever it is, because the Civ is going to struggle to follow it up. And the Varus is very strong at the moment by itself. Alongside the Lulu, I really like this, and I think this is the sort of game where you can do it, where you've already got yourself the Xin Zhao, so you can use that as that initial bit of engage that you're kind of missing out from the support. All you need now is a mid laner with some level of CC, not even high CC, just some level of CC to start fights with, and then a decent engaged top laner, and you can just really buff this Varus through, as long as he's bought a little bit of space. I think this also makes it a lot more playable to go towards the on-hit version of the Varus, rather than the poke version, because you have that extra level of survivability with the Lulu.
I wouldn't mind seeing some sort of control mage over the top. I know it's not the most exciting thing where it's like, Ketsuo, pick Yone, do it, do it, do it. First off, it's banned. And B, it isn't necessarily the tip of the spear you need. You have the Xin ready to go. So I think you're completely right. I think in my head, like, Ketsuo's Azir, like, made a big mark on his time on ready.
Yeah.
Something that to come over the top of Fruity Carrots once he's been engaged and once everyone tries to get in under the Crescent Guard would go pretty hard here.
Yeah. Looks like they might be looking down the barrel of an Akali in mid lane. It was very mid lane focused so far in that second rotation. Syndra Ori from the Paragon side, Aurora Yone on the Bandit side, and the Akali locked in. Now, something else that we do see a lot out of Ketsuo, and we see a little bit more of, is the Silas. I don't know if this is actually good into Akali right now as a melee matchup, but when you could just take something like Azir and just kind of
Yeah, you
back
get
away.
poked quite badly by
Yeah.
the Akali at the moment, and you have a little bit of trouble actually fully getting on top of her right now. I think you're right. Something like, yeah, the Victor or the Azir, I think either
Sure.
of those would have worked. The Victor obviously doesn't really provide you that much of the CC, but it still buys space because you can just drop that Arcane Storm on top of people, and they have to respect it anyway. And interesting that they're just going to go straight towards the Camille. Maybe I would have preferred something a little bit tankier, but between the Xin Zhao and the Camille, those can go in very well. Shen, though, okay, I like that.
I have super thoughts all of a second because I was gonna say the Victor, and then I was just like, so
Yeah.
what do you do for side lanes? I guess the answer is Kenji got his Camille through a draft. He's gonna struggle level 1 through 4 against Shen, but after that, you get to apply some pressure. That's gotta feel pretty good.
Loopy is just becoming like the classic nostalgic top laner. Dude plays Ornn, Shen, Urgot. Like this is good, honest video gaming up in that top side from Loopy, and I respect it. And the Shen is something that always just kind of never really gains a proper foothold in competitive play. Like very, very occasionally you'll see it come out. Someone will play it in the jungle for a couple games in a row and it'll go back on the scrap heap. Like I am very excited to see what Loopy can show us here, especially with, as you say, a decent matchup early on into Kenji, though of course Kenji used to be one of our kind of mechanical benchmark players back in the day a few splits ago. Hasn't had as much success since then, but is now back and ready to show us something with the Camille. And I'm excited to see what he can bring to the table right here. So the other thing just to touch on right now, I guess, is the Sivir back for Elendil. And this has been an Elendil pocket for a little bit, likes to pull it out into the Varus as well. Picked it quite early. Block. So how are we feeling about Sivir's place in the spot lane meta? You don't like do nothing champions, and Sivir doesn't have that many buttons that really do that much. So how are we feeling about it?
Does a lawnmower do nothing?
This is the
I
thing, right?
suppose.
She does do nothing for a while, but then you get to 3-4 items and you can just completely murder people. And in this kind of matchup where you've got yourself an Akali, a Viego, those champions can play around each other, around the skirmishes for objectives early on, and just buy you space, buy you time to be able to get yourself into this game, be able to farm up to the point where things are going well. The Varus Lulu lane shouldn't provide you too much of a problem. You should be pretty safe to be able to just sit there without some Fruity Carrots jungle intervention. It should be okay to just sit and farm up. And then you've also got Loopy with the Shen to be able to keep him that much safer. I think in terms of Sivir games, this is probably a pretty good one. You do just have to be careful with it, right? You are very immobile. You do have that spell shield, but it's still not that much to be able to keep you alive. But once we get into these later stage team fights, if he's able to just sit, have space bought for him by his Rel, by his Shen, you provide such a great overarching artillery support whilst you've got your assassins jumping into the backline. But this composition, I think it really works it, and it should be pretty good to unlock Elendil to do what he wants to on this pocket pick.
Yeah, I was looking at the Bandits comp and thinking, it's awful melee, isn't it? It's awful short range. When I was like, is Akali really short range? Like, is that a short range champion? Is this a champion that can't get into the backline? You know, like, is Viego
I mean, if
really
they try to straight up
trapped?
Back it, there's other problems for them than just
yeah?
like, they're short
So
ranged. Yeah.
I think I shouldn't think about it that way. I think it's not as simple as that. But Temporal, do you think there is
short, but is it on top of your opponent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're thinking outside the box here. We're not simply thinking in a linear style. So perhaps the Paragon will have to have eyes in the back of their heads here. And you know, Varus and Victor, not mobile champions. They don't have dashes. They don't really have good ways to keep an Akali off their back necessarily. So Temporal for Paragon here. Both of these teams, again, just to remind everybody, had pretty messy starts to this to this split.
Do you want some standings?
Oh shoot! Can we
have
just do a quick little
standings?
as a treat?
I think
Standings
just,
for me,
just as a treat, just for you, and bear in mind this is
just for
before game one
everybody.
today. Have a look
Oh
at
my
this.
word! Whoa! There it is,
Whoa.
everybody. Check it out. So you can see them both down there. They went 0-1. They're at the bottom. They're sitting side by side at the bottom of the standings right now, and both of them would like to clean that one up. Paragon looked a little bit outclassed against BFS, but they were able to find kills like on the map quite a lot. And then Bandits just had an absolute nightmare 84-minute, 85-minute, or 85 kill, 85-minute, 85 kill, 40-minute game
Yeah.
that just went completely out the window in terms of, you know, reasonable analysis. So, Temporal, given what we've seen from both of these starts, neither of them are wins. Are you willing to favor either of them out of the gate right here in this game?
I kind of like that the Bandits comp plays to what they know and love. I then can't, disagree with that for Paragon. I think especially when you set Kenji up on Camille, we start to see like the special things happen. The synergy is there, the deep knowledge is there. Which one of these comes through? I'm more convinced by the Bandits comp, but it's not a huge margin today. They are different styles. Something we see a lot across Pro League at the moment is, I can play sides better. I have a better 5-man unit. Like, what's going to happen out of this? I'm thinking that either Kenji's going to come through with a nasty flank, and it's just going to be the end of Lunkover, and therefore the game. Or the Bandits are going to play out this side lane strategy. 1-3-1 is inherently risky at this level of play. Sivir and Viego, Rel up in mid. Most likely going to have a lot of defensive action.
Yeah, I've only really seen one player truly understand the side lane in the Four Nations, and that was Lars, and he's on the bench
Yeah.
for Bandits. So at least he's around, he's present in the Bandits camp, but not necessarily on the Rift. So we'll see if they're able to utilize that pretty well. And I guess it points out as well that it's not just the Kali and Viego that are flanking threats from Bandits to Paragon. Paragon also have the Camille. They have a great flanking option of their own that does give them a way to really threaten those relatively short-range threats, right? You know, Orlando's only got one spell shield. So, Bloxer, do you think that Paragon have the tools to actually break through what Bandits have, or do you think that the Bandits, Shen and all, are set up to give us a bit more of a defensible performance here in their second game?
I think if Fruity Carrots can get aggressive and he's on a carry kind of champion finally, which is exactly the adaptation I want to see out of Paragon, if he can get himself a little bit of lead, get involved in a couple of these lanes, hopefully top lane, maybe something towards bot lane. I like this composition, but I think it falling behind really hurts it right here. I think Bandits looks overall slightly stronger, but knowing Paragon, this is going to be a, 70-minute scrap, 80 kills like we had last time.
Yeah, man, and I'm sure the Bandits are happy to go along with them if that's what the universe asks of them today. We are going to get into game pretty shortly. We're working through a small spectate delay and a small client delay, getting logged in through a pause. But what we will do, I think, is we'll give the casters a little bit more time to run their mouths again, as we did last time. We know casters love to do that. So let's pass it over back to Sovanix and Zathos up for game number 2. So take it away, gents. Let us know what you think about this draft as we wait for the pause timer to run out.
Actually, I'm
I
gonna
sprung
pull
it on
rank.
Temporal
We're going
there.
to
I
a break.
took
Something ain't right. We're gonna go fix it. So we'll see
Okay,
in a second.
you'll see the casters in a bit. We'll come back to them. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sadly, me and Zaftos, we do not get our yapping time because we are straight into the game. The overlay does say Belfast Storm versus Bron and Friends. However, that is not the case, as I hear an unfortunate sigh from my producer, bless his heart. Zaftos!
You say about yapping, right? I'm hyped. Okay, I'm a man who
okay.
in recent times has done a bit of coaching, right? And the one champion I love more than anything is Malzahar. But after that champion, it is the
Oh.
Shen. This champion is
Oh.
an amazing counter towards the 1-3-1. So going up against, of course, Kenji's Camille towards the top side, I'm really excited to see if he can, keep it defensively sound. The only hiccup there is instead of the teleport usually take on this champion, they've taken the ignite.
I'm concerned over your love for Malzahar, but I'm just going to let it slide. Shen, I can agree with.
You could just flash off. You don't need anything more.
Yeah, you also, that's kind of just about all he does. Anyway, there's no Malzahar, so there's no point discussing that. Loopy on the Shen, this is such a loopy champion. It fits his playstyle perfectly. Last week on the Urgot, which is, in my opinion, probably his best champion, performed very, very well. I'm actually quite excited for this Bandits team. I think they have a lot to prove, finishing second, as they're going for a straight 1v1. Neotech, they're going to take a lot of damage, but Varus, strong level 1 champion. But they just back off. The trade actually does end up going in favor of Paragon's bot lane there, so early doors, some troubles for Bandits in the bot side.
Yeah, misconceptions about Lulu. This champion is practically an ADC early on, has amazing poke, and you're using this perfectly on Paragon's side. Get incredible chip on towards the Sivir. Fortunately, still has that barrier available and a health pot, so he's going to be happy in that lane. But if we can actually pivot slightly towards his topsiders, oh my god. Doing it right there. Shen has taken Ignite in this lane, and in the Camille versus Shen matchup, it very much is Shen favored for those first four levels. Try and E through them, and you have your W to stop the auto attack damage from Kenji, as the Q is going to be an empowered auto attack. So the way you like to play this laning phase is trying to push it out, set up a freeze, and make it where Kenji can't play the game. The only concern I have is going for the Ignite, he has to find the lead early. Otherwise, when he tries to make plays around the map by ulting down there and trying to TP back, he physically can't do that as he doesn't have that teleport.
Yeah, no TP, but I mean, maybe this Ignite can provide some value. We'll see how Loopy plays the rest of top lane out. Will say one thing on the draft. Neotech on the Lulu. His IGN is literally Lulu. I don't know how I feel about leaving that one open. It's like in your face. It's in your face. You know what I mean? So
because a lot of people, right, they have the joke around of having a pun with it. So it'd be like Lulu something. It's just straight up Lulu, which I think is even more terrifying.
like sometimes, okay, well, I'm seeing a gank in the mid lane. Lunkafoa gonna hold on that W, forces the flash out of Ketsuo. Early doors, that Victor in the mid lane be under some trouble. And my gosh, Zaftos. Look at that CS number in bot lane. Elendil is struggling right now.
And it's that first early trade that we saw, Lulu and Varus winning out in that 1v1, means that you're never able to walk up towards the wave, was actually forced off this third wave you see towards the bot lane. And because of this CS lead has actually been doubled by Shadow. So if they can keep forcing this, they should be able to get themselves a fantastic lead towards the early game. As Paragon, they're very much win con in this early game. Has to be either towards the bot lane or towards the mid lane. Suppose these champions can carry those team fights.
Yeah, but Shadow getting jumped on here, overextends, pushing out that wave, has to use the flash. Really nice play here from Kenny. Might actually just pick up a kill. And he is going to do so, turning around and then flashing forward. Kind of almost mind-controlling Shadow. Shadow did have the barrier, didn't use it. It looks like Fruity Carrots will just avenge his fallen brethren. It's a 1-for-1. Well, kill for Xin Zhao, probably in favor for Paragon this play.
Yeah, and it was a super great play for Novell as well, having both today and the game before, where they've been getting a lot of these kills, and the unexpected flash from him means that the barrier wasn't used from Shadow. So first blood going over towards the Bandits, but that second kill going over to Fruity Carrots, Paragon are much happier with that trade, as what was mentioned on the desk is Fruity Carrots as a player is very much known for being super aggressive in the early game and putting him on a champion that can actually carry. He's very good at being able to use it.
Yeah, and I kind of need to go. I need to discuss something about the draft. Obviously, 200 Bandits, they were last season's second place team. They were second best team in the entire league. They're up against a Paragon roster that are deeming to be. Oh, I'm gonna have to stop my point. I think Shadow should be fine here. He's actually fighting back onto a Lendor spell shield late as well. Should be fine. But yeah, going back to Paragon. Slightly weaker roster as to what people are deeming them in comparison to their competition, but they pretty much have their comfort picks. Kenji Camille, this is textbook. Fruity Carrot Xin Zhao. Lulu has Lulu. I have no idea what the plan was here, but Bandits seem to have gone Paragon. You have comfort picks. Here you go. You can have your comfort picks. So we'll see how this all plays out.
And the only reason I think Lulu was left open is because you have the Gwen and you have the Neferi you have to ban away. And also Fruity Carrots is very much known for that Ivan. And you can't ban away all of that and the Lulu as well. So Paragon, with their comfort picks, their playstyle is very much playing a front to back, having, of course, the Varus and Lulu as mids.
Yeah, they're looking for a play. This one looking good for the Bandits. Nice roam there from Kenny into the mid lane. And a kill for Lunkafoa, the carry of the Bandits. He's going to be able to use that very well.
Yeah, no flash available for Ketsuo. Used it in an earlier play as Bandits have been completely in control of this game. Even though Siva has been losing down towards the bot side, still 10 CS down. We have been saying never give up, moving around the map so well, coming towards the mid lane constantly, bullying out a champion like this Victor in the mid lane. As when you're immobile, this is what you're meant to do to them.
Yeah, exactly. Simple as that. The Victor is in trouble. I think the desk kind of touched on the fact that, yeah, Akali is a melee range champion, but does unironically have the range to catch up to a Victor. And I think when you got the help of a Viego and a Rel with you, you can definitely do so. We're seeing Loopy going forward with a Shadow Dash, getting taunt, a lot of damage down onto Kenji. We're seeing the strength of the Shen. I mean, how do you think this game is going so far in terms of who's gaining momentum?
It's really difficult because both of these teams very clearly want to scale with their composition. You have the Lulu Varus in towards the bot lane, while on the opposite side is very much around the Viego. And the way that I'm seeing this game mostly unfold is, can the side of Paragon win by bursting somebody out like this Viego, or can Bandits stop this massive engage and get to a good
towards
position?
the top side. Kenji, though, tagged with an ignite. Really nice knockup from Fruity Carrot, cancelling out the flash forward, but Lunkafoa over the wall with the Heartbreaker picks up the second kill, third kill of the game for himself as he goes 3-0. As Bandits carry in the jungle, showing up once again and reminding us all why this man was the beast of the Bandit.
Yeah, and the question mark we had on the ignite towards the top lane paid dividends in that play. Finding that first reset for the Viego, and now with that extra 2 kills, 3-0, and that's the win con that I was expecting from Bandits. If you get Viego a lead, have the damage with the Siva, and importantly that Akali to burst out an enemy player, you could start really starting to leverage this lead and start to win out super hard.
Yep, definitely think so. Does seem to be the case right now for Paragon. A lot of momentum being drawn in the bot side. Seeing AB almost dropping down. A lot of momentum in the bot side, but they don't seem to be utilizing that very well. I think this Varus hasn't been progressed through enough for my liking. Elendor's, almost 15 CS down. He's been stuck underneath this turret, but I feel like they definitely could be doing more around the bottom part of the map.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see Fruity Carrots trying to go for a few more plays down towards the bot side, as even though he has got a kill in towards his pocket, he's down 10 CS towards that jungle. Viego may try and farm a little bit easier, but I need to see a little bit more early game aggression. Otherwise, Bandits are just going to be running away with this.
Oh yeah, Chain of Corruption down onto Elendor. Nice spell shield to block away the damage from the arrow. And yeah, the Bandits bot lane still suffering, whilst the rest of the map they are doing well. Loopy not ahead. Ketsuo needs to be careful though. Flash coming up soon. JB, he's going for it. And simple as that, just in what I could say the most basic solo kill I've ever seen in a competitive game. Ketsuo just drops in the mid lane. No wave needed on the turret. Lunkafoa invading Fruity Carrots as he's pushed out of the jungle himself. And Paragon, solo lanes, the top side, it's a problem right now.
Yeah, super messy victory in the early game. All they need to do is clear. Never can really trade against the Akali like that. And with that first kill going towards the mid lane, and importantly, this Viego leveraging his item advantage, guiding towards the enemy jungle, killing out Fruity Carrots. And now this gold lead has got up to that 2,000 game mark. This is more than what we saw in the last game from both of these teams.
Exactly. And for Paragon right now, it's a mountain to climb. They definitely have the scaling on their side, but I'm concerned for the mid game. Bandit's team composition, it's very aggressive. Outside of the Sivir, these are champions that are going to just get in your face. This Lulu's going to have a big job. But yeah, it's not good for Paragon. They still haven't played towards bot side, have they?
They have not. They are very much
No.
handshook saying, okay, we're just mostly going to scale against each other. And Sivir's come to the point where you can just W that wave and not have to worry.
Yeah, looking for a play towards the top side. Kenji using the Hextech ultimatum defensively and then hook-shotting his way back to safety. But it does open up a turret taking the top side. Dragon spawn in the bottom side. We'll see if Paragon make an attempt to just grab that objective whilst Bandits are playing towards the top lane. They have started it just now. See if
I really like
trying to
this.
contest this. Yeah, really, really nice play from Paragon.
Yeah,
Or Bandit,
absolutely.
sorry.
I was about to say, Bandit stealing away everything here. Again, so many different tower plates up there. Should be around 3 or 4 in towards their pocket. And more importantly, they are having half of this gold going on towards their Viego, as their composition is built around this champion. If he can go in, if he can burst somebody out, and they have been able to leverage that. Because if you're able to disengage the Lulu, let's say, or the Xing Zhao from the rail, you still have to worry about Akali in the back line. Even the Viego jumping in himself, especially with that Shen ultimate on top. And this is where Paragon is having that trouble. They aren't going for plays. They're just mostly sitting
Ooh.
there.
Yeah, Ketsuo in trouble again. JB, though, misses an E on a stun target. Not sure about that one. Ketsuo will unfortunately still have to blow the flash to get away. Lendl, finally, we're seeing some action in the bot lane, but nice stand united by Loopy. Keep his AD carry alive. Kenny around the side, crash down into Magnet Storm, onto multiple members. Fruity Carrots blast coned over to a dangerous situation as Loopy claims his first kill of the game. And on the other side, Bandits, Lunkafoa, the carry of this team, looking for a kill onto Kenji. Kenji gonna get the back off of Ketsuo very soon. Gonna be a 1 versus 2, no Shen ultimate available for the Viego. They're looking for a play onto Elendil. Shadow gets the E down and a slow. Lulu going to use the heal to speed up his AD carry. Really nice crash down from Kenny to stop Shadow in his tracks. Keep his AD carry alive. Elendil is absolutely fine.
Yeah, they're able to win out on the trade at the end of it, but Paragon, they finally go for the correct play, look down towards the bot lane, but Shen still has that ultimate up, doesn't lose anything towards that top side. Another bot lane.
Yeah, Elendil getting polymorphed and slowed. Has to flash defensively. Shadow doesn't have a flash to follow, but waiting for some mana on potentially an arrow to finish off that kill. Elendil is surviving for now, having to use his own flash to get away. Kenny still looking to interrupt. The recourse goes down with a crash down as Neotech flashes defensively. Both summoners used now off the Lulu. Paragon and Bandits bot lane, dueling aggressively.
Yeah, both teams trying to find that lead. You could see the desperation from Paragon, understanding that this top side is falling apart, not having any more than that first kill that Fruity Carrots was able to pick up in that 1v1 situation. And how do they extend the lead? How do they look for more when they're going against a Sivir, 2 champions that are so good at stopping any form of engage? As both of these teams don't really want to be the ones to go in. They want you to try and engage on them. Using the Lulu are using Xing Zhao's ultimate to try and disengage it. But they're a point in this game, but they actually have to be the ones trying to get themselves back into this.
Yep, Paragon, again, they do have scaling on their side. Shadow going for a on-hit Varus, meaning he can ramp up once 2.5 items, 3 items kind of gets in. But, I mean, I need to kind of discuss a situation. Lunkafoa, 3-0. He is very far ahead in camps. Viego scale as well, too. He is going to be pretty scary once these mid-game team fights come about.
Yeah, really hard to play against him. Fortunately, of course, you do have the ultimate from the Varus. Maybe a way for Kenji to use that ultimate down. If you pair up everybody together, you do have enough damage to get through them. But I'm loving what Paragon have done here. They've understood that their main damage threat is going to be the Varus and Lulu in a 2v2 situation. So they pivot them up towards the top side, looking to get some extra gold into their pocket with this top lane tower. And of course, having Fruity Carrots here to help defend them.
Exactly, but Bandits, they're looking to punish some aggressive moves. Fruity Carrots is here. Loopy might be going down. It's a shutdown for Shadow as Lunkafoa and Kenny now both in danger respectively. And it looks like Kenny's going to be locked down with the Hextech ultimatum and a double kill for Shadow, one for Ketsuo as well. As suddenly the Bandits are starting to falter across the map and Paragon claim massive amounts of gold, especially into the pocket of Shadow.
Yeah, Bandits just going a little bit too over-aggressive, thinking that they had a window to one-shot one member on the side of Paragon, but they're still very squishy on this Viego. No Shen ultimate on top of him as well. Does mean that the side of Paragon get themselves right back into this game, get that top lane tower, get 2 kills on towards their Varus, as once he gets that reset, they very much can play this front-to-back team fighting comp and let Shadow try and carry this game.
We are seeing a massive issue for the Bandits at the current moment. In these fights where the Varus is present, Bandits are like right there. They were screaming for a marksman DPS to get involved and do some heavy hitting in the back line. And whilst Paragon have Shadow and the Varus able to do so, Elendil is so far behind on his opposite number that he cannot match that of what Shadow is doing in these fights. And Bandits are struggling because of it. They have melee champions. They need to get in, and in doing so, you put yourself at risk. But Elendil just not able to. I mean, I don't even think he was there. He is kind of just deployed to pick up waves after being so behind after the laning phase. And so Bandits, they are having to maybe reconsider the pace at which they are playing this game, and just pause a little bit and consider how strong this Varus is.
Yeah, the reason you pick Sivir is just to try and scale into this game. Allow your team to play towards the top side. It's worked effectively really well. Lucifer has those 3 kills in towards his pocket. The question is, Paragon, with that last play, having those 2 kills on towards their AD carry, they very much can play this front-to-back team fight comp. And now is the first time we actually saw Paragon utilize their composition, how you're meant to play it. Use the Lulu ultimate, use the Xing Zhao to be that front line, create that space for your Varus to win out this game. So it comes down to, can Bandits, when we get towards these major team fights, look for these flanks with either the Rel or the Akali to help find that one shot for Lucifer to get that reset.
Yeah, great stuff from Paragon. I'm actually, honestly, despite what people have been saying about them, I've been personally quite impressed with
They've done well.
the way they are standing up to their opponents. They're playing against second place team over last season. They're putting up a good fight. The gold lead isn't big at all. The early game looked rough for the Bandits, and there were a lot of question marks over this bot lane from Paragon. I think people were like, listen, you have a solid top lane, top side in the Kenji, Fruity Carrots, Ketsuo, UK veterans, but bot lane was a question mark coming into Elendil and Kenny, whilst understandably maybe the weak point of Bandits, but they dominated them in the bot side.
Yeah, I think it's all come down towards that level 1 where they were able to win the 1v1 against the Rel and the Sivir. They needed to just be a little bit more defensively sound, but Paragon never let them. They've used Lulu to the biggest advantage of pressuring with that level 1. And it still comes to the question, how can you leave open a champion when their name is the exact same in the game? But in the game so far, still 2,000 gold lead around the bouts for the side of the Bandits. Their side lane is still pretty comfortable. Carly going to be winning out against that Victor for the rest of the game. And Loopy, his biggest goal right now is just to, yes, let the Camille farm as much as possible, as you can't stop her at this point as you don't have kill threat, but just trying to slow her down as much as possible to let your team make plays on the opposite side.
Yeah, I think Bandits have done a great job at controlling the consequences of that early fight, but as I say that, we're seeing a teleport towards the mid lane. Going to be responded though with Kenji, so I guess an aggressive and a defensive TP from both sides, and they just back up.
You saw the idea from Bandits. They tried to use the flank potential with that Rel who had the flash available, however.
Oh no, Ketsuo is in the face of JB and eats a bunch of damage as he gets taken down. Paragon now finally discovering that Akali was not part of that topside fight and is a problem to consider, as Paragon, they drop 2 members in this skirmish towards the bottom side. JB gonna be the man of the hour for the Bandits, and yeah, 2 deaths for Paragon, and what a I mean, there was not really much to fight over here.
Yeah, they will be looking for the Atacon. Just a really nice pick there from Ban. It's the way exactly they want to play. Find that first kill, either with the Akali or Viego, and just absolutely destroy Paragon afterwards. As it doesn't look like Paragon knows this is happening.
No, I do believe Paragon are just going to be giving this one over. Handshake, and they're not trading anything on the other side of the map either. There is no vision here. So understandably, you probably have no idea what is going on. And Bandits, they get themselves that important objective. They are ahead in Dragons as well. 1 minute 20 for the next one. It's going to be an important objective.
Yeah, and one member we haven't touched on much in this Bandit lineup has to be the mid lane of JB. Somebody on this Akali can be a massive threat in towards these team comps, as Paragon very much wants to do a front to back, but they're against an assassin Akali. If she can find a reset either on the Ketsu or onto Shadow or even Lulu, there's so many members that this Akali can win out on. And using their side lane threat, Bandits have done a great job of being able to pressure with it and get themselves an advantage.
Yep. And for Paragon, that fight still obviously not the best look. But the Varus is still in a good spot. The Varus is still the one ahead, and they're making a play towards JB here. Kenji trading aggressively onto Loopy. JB did survive on that bottom side attempt. Elendil was going to get some free chance to push through this mid lane turret, whilst Kenji getting collapsed by Lunkafoa. There is no teleport for Kenji to bail him out of this situation. Gets taunted off the hook shot as well. And it is just going to be a nice little pick. They even grab the mid lane turret. So macro hiccup from Paragon here means Bandits get a lot on the map.
Yeah, they thought that they could pick off the Akali, but with that ultimate available in the flash as well, there's no way you're going to take it down. And for that, they get themselves to kill, get themselves to tower, and put themselves in a great position for this dragon.
Oh my god, Paragon, they seem to find themselves in a pincer scenario. Shadow gets the Lulu ultimate and flashes away, but there's so much damage being pumped out by Shadow and Fruity Carrot that they actually take down Kenny. But oh my god, that blast cone was something I do not want to rewatch ever again in my life. Shadow still able to do so much work, and somehow it's Paragon that win this fight. They blast cone melee range, but I guess that did work out in their favor. It was Neotech who got one shot, but that meant that Shadow went untouched. Paragon somehow, some way, are fighting back against the Bandits, and they will get this second dragon.
And it was so hard for Paragon to win out on that fight, but they didn't have the Akali ultimate, no Shen R as well, so it was a 4 versus 4 in that exchange. And they did a great job of setting themselves up a nice back to front with Shadow free firing in towards the backline. And this all comes on the side of Bandits. They went on towards a member they weren't meant to. Yes, Lulu can be annoying, but you need to stay on towards the Varus, and if you don't do that, you are just going to be losing these team fights.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with Shadow and Neotech. They're playing so well in this game. Fruity Carrot has been an unsung hero for Paragon in a lot of these fights. He's playing so well around the Crescent Guard. Bandits, they're really struggling. I'm starting to see some cracks within this team. I think a lot of people were kind of hyping them up, obviously coming into this into this split. You know, game 1 against Quick. Very shaky performance. They did a decent job again against Paragon now, showing another level of shakiness. And I mean, they've had definite dominant moments, but big slip-ups, I have to admit.
Yeah, they need to get on towards this carry.
Oh yeah, they do. And Kenny goes for the attempt. Shadow this time around, finally going to be taken down. That means Lunkafoa goes into the soul of an extremely powerful Varus and takes down Fruity Carrots in the process. And unfortunately for Paragon, their celebrations were halted immediately as Bandits remind everyone, we are the second place team. And whilst we can make errors, we will always bounce back and make the right play after that. So, 2 kills, they're going to push down some turrets and claim their position back into a dominant space.
Yeah, still 4,000 gold lead, and it all came down to them having the items they needed up for them, having the ultimate from JB Dutch, having Loopy to join out on that fight, and no flash available. Of course, they're going to win out towards top lane.
Yeah, they're looking for a kill onto JB. This is a big shot down, picked up by Kenji, and again, Bandit. Off the back of a good play, they seem to follow up with a mistake, either individual or collective, as Paragon. Kenji's been out of this game, but he's just picked up a fat pocket of gold. going to be able to use that to maybe start pressuring the side lane.
And you have to remember, this Baron is available. Maybe a chance for them to start up early or even look for vision in towards the enemy jungle. This game very much isn't over for either of these teams. Knowing 20 seconds on towards this mid lane, they're starting up this Baron.
Yeah, Baron getting started up by Paragon. Bandits, they're starting to make their way over. They will not have JB for the next 15 seconds. Baron already almost finished off. They are focusing it down. Shadow does so much damage. Chain of Corruption to interrupt Kenny. The Baron is secured. They need to now play some time because JB is respawning and he's TPing behind Loopy. Gets a two-man taunt. Paragon might have overextended, but they're looking to play out the fight. Elendo still so weak and just not doing any damage. Fruity Carrots is going to get the first kill onto Kenny. JB arriving into the fight and is already doing the work as he takes down two. He's looking onto Shadow, but he gets outplayed. The Varus is going to stand strong. It's Paragon all going to shut down Bandit's attempt as they are all dead where they stand. As Paragon survived with two with a Baron, and they are now with a gold lead themselves.
Yeah, there's still 26 seconds till most of the members of Bandits are up. They can get themselves the inhibitors if they want to, but the main member is on your screen right here. Shadow surviving that whole team fight without getting taken out. He had so much support. Fruity Carrots and Lulu doing everything to keep him alive, and it was just enough. And it keeps coming down to Bandits just overextended and not finding that right engage. They looked on towards the Camille instead, of course, that Varus, and with that first pick off, not having your Carly straight away in that fight gave Paragon that opportunity to win out. And this game is such a back and forth, and it's all down to, can Shadow keep winning in these team fights?
Shadow's been playing these fights impeccably well. And on the other side, I mean, this is two sides of the coin. Paragon, they had a strong bot lane in the early. Bandits, they played heavily towards top side. And now fast forward 27 minutes into the game, you're assuming this Akali, this Viego, this Shen should be able to just eliminate this Varus easy as it can get. But they can't. They can't reach him. They're focusing the Camille. They're focusing the Xin Zhao. These are not the targets that an Akali or a Viego should be focusing. And Paragon, they're pushing with this Baron.
Yeah, they're looking for a flank, see if there's a way in towards the back line, but they have so many members to keep him safe. You've got Kenji even with the ultimate as well. Well, on the opposite side of Bandits, the question comes to, do they want to contest this? You have Shen on the side lane. Maybe wait for just a little bit longer. Baron still available. They need to find something.
Yeah, Kenji gets caught, and JB, using that perfect execution, eliminates him already. And Paragon, again, it's another overstep from Kenji. And it should just open up Bandits to get Soul Point. They're losing a turret in the top lane as well. One individual error creates a lot of issues for Paragon in this current phase, as they're going to drop a lot on the map.
Yeah, Kenji's finding it really difficult to play the game. Of course, the counter matchup of the Shen in towards him, Ignite as well. Can't find that early game lead, and in towards the enemy team, you step over just a little bit. Akali's going to one-shot. You're going to get CC'd up by either the support or the jungler. And now Paragon, yes, they got themselves to Baron, but they've got absolutely nothing to show for it except for one mid lane tower. So this gold lead, we might be 28 minutes in, but it's almost dead even between both of these teams. And if you want Paragon to have a chance in these fights, they need to make sure that they are there first. Most importantly, that all 5 members are together.
Exactly. I mean, Shadow, everyone's going to be focusing on him, but someone that we haven't touched on, Elendil, still behind, but he's creeping up towards that Sivir power spike. I think the next item coming in should be the Mortal Reminder, and I think oftentimes when Sivir hits the 3 items spike, that is where Sivir becomes very, very scary. So we'll see if Elendil can hit that before the next big fight. There is a potential skirmish in the jungle, but we'll just back off. And I think, well, it's a slow one. The next few fights could just be detrimental to the outcome of this game, Zapdos. How do you think it's going to go?
Well, I did make one comment before this game on my notes. I said both teams want to go late. And I think I was completely correct on that side. But I think both teams will be looking towards the Baron in 2 minutes' time. You made a great note of having this AD carry, having Elendil actually being part of this game. But the major person I'm still looking at is going to be JB on towards this Akali. 3 items in towards the pocket, have themselves a death cap. They have enough damage to one-shot Shadow if they can get in towards the backline. It's just dependent, are they able to do so? Yet again, Kenji, is he going to be okay?
Kenji should be fine, but I mean, yeah, Shadow, he is going to be the focus, but have to commend Neotech as well. Okay, well, Kenji actually going forward with a hook shot. He's going to get the backup of his very strong bot lane. JB stuck in the Hextech ultimatum, but the Chain of Corruption goes wide. Here comes the Shen as well. That's a melee range Varus, but he is not going to survive this one. He is! Shadow is staying alive, and he's slaying down the bandit. Down goes 2. JB has to run away from the opposite direction, and Paragon once again win out a skirmish. Nothing gets taken by the bandits on the other side, and more kills going over to Paragon.
And they throw everything and the kitchen sink at that AD carry, and he finally goes down. Flash, barrier, he'll use even both ultimates from their bot lane carries. And this is going to be such a crucial thing for that next major fight. Baron up in 40 seconds. Shadow will be there, but with none of his major summoner spells up, the question is, can he actually stay alive? Because bandits, it's so much easier to get on towards the mobile AD carry when they don't have that flash available. Carly ultimate available. Same for Lucifer. Only Loopy is not going to have, of course, that Shen ultimate available.
I'm really scared for bandits. I'm looking at Shadow's inventory. That next item is 100% going to be Jack Show. If it's not, then my bad. But
Could be a Warmux.
when he whoa, okay, that's wild. I mean, once that Jack Show comes in, this Varus is going to be basically unkillable. And I have to go back to the prep. His name is Lulu.
Yeah, they've done a great job, hasn't he?
His name is Lulu. What?
It's just, you have Moonstone, you have yourself, of course, attack speed as well in those items. You just have so much defensive capabilities from Paragon here.
Okay, Paragon looking for a fight. Kenny caught out. Elendil having to kite away. Kenny is now dead. That is a 4v5 situation. JB towards the top side. The Baron is on the map. And I believe Paragon are feeling happy to just head over to this purple worm and take this one down.
Yeah, Carly is sniffing around behind them, maybe trying to look for a flank here. I don't think bandits are going to be giving this up without a fight.
Yeah, bandits definitely want to contest this. JB still a threat, still has the capability to one-shot one of the squishies, and it's down to Neotech and Shadow to try and play this one out together. Neotech is caught by a stun, but Lunkafur is eliminated from this fight immediately off the map. Elendil getting chased by Fruity Carrots. Down goes Loopy as the bandits, they have met their match. Second place last season, but Paragon don't give a damn about the past. They are here in the present, taking down this Baron, as this belongs to Paragon, and so does the gold lead. Slowly gonna be in their hands once this goes down.
Yeah, no contestation coming out from the bandits anymore. The jungler is down and the Baron as well. But Paragon's played that perfectly, understanding that the bandits, the only way they're going to win is by killing this Varus. And yes, they had the side split push. They had JB looking for that flank. But with Paragon having Lucifer going in first, they burst him out and just play that front to back. So now Paragon get themselves the Baron again. They're looking to try and extend this lead, getting themselves on towards that soul point. It's Ketsuo.
Ooh, Ketsuo was channeling a teleport, but unfortunately got cancelled out by Kenny. Nice shutdown for JB, but they lose themselves the soul point. Understandably so, but yeah, this is quite a close game, yeah.
Because every single time one of these teams does psych amazingly well, one person gets picked off. And usually it won't matter too much. But when you have Baron available, it's a 4 versus 5. You don't win these team fights unless your whole team is there. You have Victor on your team, 3 items in towards his pocket. You can't win these team fights without him. So now Paragon, with Baron in hand, are losing out on so much time as Ketsuo isn't there to support them.
I have a crazy prediction. The first team that doesn't make a mistake after they do something good might win this game.
Honestly, I think if they don't make a mistake, one Nexus is about to explode straight away.
Yeah, you could be right. Speaking of mistakes, Paragon, they are 4 members and they are very overextended here. There is a flank position. That ward, really nice from Neotech, is going to spot out where Kenny is, but they're making their move forward. Stun, going to land onto Shadow. That's the perfect target, but he is kiting away, kiting back. There's just no follow-up damage. Lunkafo is going to go down, but JB has arrived. Paragon took the 4 versus 5, and it's a massive mistake. Suddenly, Elendil, oh dear, he has 3 items, baby, and now he's arrived to this game. That is a bunch of people dead for Paragon. Bandit, they might make a bid towards the end of the game.
Yeah, they're looking for more. Lulu gets themselves out towards safety. And what an incredible engage coming out from Luncifer, shredding that needle, getting that engage on towards Shadow. And now it's going to be a 4 versus 2. Paragon trying to hold on towards this mid lane tower.
They bet. Oh my god, Ketsuo flashes forward to get hell off Elendil. So now there's no more pushing power. Crash down into Magnetstorm onto one Ketsuo. Going to try and survive, gets a massive shield off of Neotech. I think they will be able to push this inhibitor, but that's about it. Kenny survives with a slither of HP. JB gonna go down onto Neotech. Really nice polymorph to keep himself alive. They eventually break down that inhibitor. They do get out as well. There are people spawning and waiting to see if Kenji commits a TP. He will not. His bandits, they claim something back finally. They don't all die after a winning team fight.
Not everyone, but one person dies. It happens every single time. Ellender still on that grey screen. And this game, it's been an absolute bloodbath. 35 minutes, heading towards that 36. And both of these teams at that sole point, the next dragon could be make or break because both of these team fights have been so close. It's all been about, can Shadow stay alive? And with that coming up in 2 minutes, whoever gets that is going to be so much stronger in these next major objectives. I think it's just going to get them the win.
Yep, we do. Paragon, I think getting that kill onto Elendil for Ketsuo, he's kind of just been on the back foot on the Victor. Definitely the second carry of Paragon. And now with that extra gold in his pocket, working towards that, Zhonya's might be able to have a bit more to fight in this game. Bandits, though, they have position around this bottom side. And again, we saw in that fight, if you can get onto Shadow, you can win these team fights. It's all about if JB can get access onto Varus, then Bandits can win.
And the Jack show has still not been completed for Shadow. He wants to try and pick it up before the fight starts, and he has finally done that. Going to be a little bit, well, going to be a lot more tankier in this next fight. Also had the redemption finished from that Lulu. There are a lot more tools now for Baragon to keep him alive. That flash should not be available for him, so it's going to be even more difficult without that. As Bandits have full control of this enemy jungle, they look for a flank. They're looking to try and spot him out. Nice little blue ward there does allow Paragon to walk in here.
Yeah, Paragon is going to get some control back. They're starting to put some control wards in some key areas. The dragon's spawning in 50 seconds time. Zapdos, could this be the game-ending fight?
I think so. Both of these teams, if they can win out death timers around that 40-second mark, you run straight towards the mid lane. Very big opportunity. Remember, last fight only happened because of this jungler. Luncifer finding a needle in a haystack on Shadow.
Yep, he's gonna have to find another one, but the fight breaking out. Lunkafoa gonna be caught out the first with the fall. Genji's gonna follow as a casualty. Shadow surviving against the assassination of JB. He does not go down as he's starting his pursuit to the tanks of the Bandits. Loopy has to flash defensively. Elendil channeling a recall. They're gonna make a push towards the end of the game here. There's some recalls of they're basing.
Yeah, they're basing. It seems like they want to defend instead. Paragon, instead of going for this major objective, want to see if they could go for the end, forcing Bandits to do this. And with one jungler being alive on Paragon and nil on towards Bandits, they are going to win it. And Lulu on your screen was the real hero of that play. Akali's the only member who finds it easy to get on towards his Varus, but a very crucial polymorph onto them means they didn't have the damage to get through it. And with that, Shadow staying alive, getting themselves this sole point. And this game isn't done yet, but Paragon are in a much better situation.
Yeah, if killing this Varus was already difficult, it just got even harder with the Chemtech Soul. Bandits now, I mean, they still have the tools to assassinate this Varus, but right there, that wasn't it. I'm wondering if JV maybe should have opted for a Banshees just so that he doesn't get instantly polymorphed in an attempt to kill this Varus. Baron started up. The approach is available for Bandits. Ketsuo very far forward aggressively. That flash coming off cooldown soon. Should be ready for him to use. The Baron is just going to get taken down. No time for a stolen attempt as Paragon. What a game from them, clutching up with intuition in the late game.
Yeah, and it's very similar to their last game. It all came down to one Elder fight, and they were able to win it out. Or sorry, they actually lost it. So maybe they can make up for those dues here today. But Paragon, Baron in hand, they've had it 2 times before, but they haven't been able to use that lead every single time one of the members has been picked off. Bandit's so good at doing it, stopping what Paragon wants. But Elder, in 4 minutes 30, I'm expecting this game to be over very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, that's a quite a long cooldown. Katsuo now in the face of a 1v1 against JB. Nice stasis to time out on the perfect execution. And well, that's starting to be a concern. We saw JB running over Ketsuo in the side lane for the majority of this game. We've now reached a point he can no longer do that.
Yeah, he only wins out on the trades once he has that ultimate available. So for 30 seconds now, Ketsuo going to be completely okay as he defends down towards this bot lane. But if he actually goes with the Shen, there's a big opportunity for Bandits to force a 4 versus 5, get maybe the Rel to flash in, have the Shen ultimate on top. The question is, can Bandits use this opening to find a play?
Yeah, Ketsuo still doesn't have the teleport, but I think Bandits have been keeping track of that timer. They're potentially looking for a fight here. Lankapoa has a good position. Stun onto Kenji. Beautiful engage from Kenny. Elendil's now going to start opening up. Shadow still untouched in the back line. Kenji going to get taken down by JB, but Fruity Carrots takes down the AD carry of the Bandit. Fruity Carrots looking to do some work as Lankapoa is getting neutralized by the Lulu Varus. That's a reset onto the Xin Chao. And Shadow now in danger. He's going to be taken down. Ketsuo did not have the teleport, yet Paragon decide to take the fight, and now they have to bite the consequences as they are being eliminated from this fight. Lankapoa is still playing around with his food and unfortunately overstepping his welcome. All they had to do was just go push some waves and end the game, but they decide to ego take this fight onto Ketsuo, and he is turning it on its head. He's taken down 2. Neotech is just backing him up with a ton of shields and speed. Ketsuo survived a knock-up off the Wild Growth, and that is an ace once again for Paragon.
But the problem is, even with that ace, nobody is able to finish the game off. That fight went for so long that Elendil was able to get themselves back up and can clear this wave towards the mid lane. And that last game team fight, it all came down to, could JB get on towards the Varus? And the answer was no. Kenji, who's had a difficult time in this early game, is 1-8-11, did such a great job using their ultimate to keep JB down, given enough space for Shadow and Lulu to win out on that 1v1.
Yep. My gosh, this game is...
We haven't an Elder flip.
This game is mind-boggling. I feel like there have been, like, what, maybe 2 to 18 chances for either team to
I just don't know how they're even going to end at this point, because every single time we have a team fight, we think one team's going to be winning out. There's always a way for the other one to stay in towards this game.
I have a theory. Oh no, JB getting caught. Nice little Korean Akali combo. Should be fine. Yeah, I have a theory on what's happening in this game.
Go on.
One of these 2 teams, maybe both, they have a sponsorship deal, and the sponsor's gone, hey, we need to maximize watch hours. That's
Oh, I thought you were about to say, like, both of these 2 teams have jobs and, you know, they get paid by the hour, trying to keep the game going as long as possible. As we do see a fascinating play coming out from Paragon here, trying to use this bot lane pressure, get themselves another inhibitor as they've already cracked open this middle one. And Bandits are trying to stop it, but look at Sivir towards the mid lane, clearing out the wave before. Seems like Bandits are very much saying, okay, we'll let you push out this wave, we just won't let you get this tower.
Yep. Unfortunately for Bandits, they're going to start hitting the reset button as push towards this bottom side has begun. Lankapoa holding up that W, but not going forward with it. They are being chased out now. Ketsuo still in the base. This time around does have the teleport. We're just back off that Elder. It is impending Zapdos. This could be it.
Yeah, 50 seconds, no flash available on towards Shadow. He can't get any stronger for the past 10 minutes. Teleport's coming in. This could be the last 5v5 of today.
It really should be, and if it's not, I have no idea what is going on anymore. I know nothing about League of Legends, and so we now start that Elder. 30 seconds from arriving to the Rift. Really nice what JB's doing here, securing mid priority, and Paragon, they're getting slightly out macroed here because Ketsuo has to start channeling the
It's
recall.
18 seconds. They're trying to look to gain as much pressure.
18 seconds away. And now what Bandits are doing, they're just going for the push, but Kenji goes forward. Really nice combo from Kenny. That's a massive engage. Elendil is opening up, finally untouched in a team fight and doing so much work. Katsuo arriving to the fight. JB still yet to take part in this little skirmish. He is going to land onto Katsuo. Is he going to go forward? Health bars are low. They have taken down Loopy, but still not a convincing fight considering the health bars. Kenji almost taken down by Elendil. Still surviving strong. Recall channeled by Fruity Carrots as they are on the opposite side of the Elder Dragon. Now the Baron doesn't spawn for another 10 seconds. As Bandits, they have their hands on that Elder Dragon. And I think Paragon are starting to realize, yo, guys, I think that dragon down there might have been a little bit important as they have just realized their errors, and they have to just give that over to Bandits now, which makes this Baron contest even more difficult.
And it's such an awkward play for Paragon. They thought they had enough time to get themselves ready for this Baron. Zakali.
Yeah, JB looking for Kenji. Didn't quite land that E, the Shuriken flip. If that had hit, probably securing a kill. And they're not contesting the Baron either, even after securing the Dragon.
Both of these teams just said, hey,
What's
we'll take
going
one
on?
objective, you'll get the other objective. This game has been an absolute mess from both of them, but that's the way we like it. That's the way we like the UKL. And Savonix, I would love to give you a whole analytical breakdown of what team's going to win this, but he has very much come to the point where both of these teams, A-Ram mid, go for a 5 versus 5, and let's see who wins it.
Yeah, let's see who wins this. It is some sort of like Godzilla versus King Kong reboot where it's
feels
Baron
like
against
it.
Elder buff, right? We're now seeing. Now the problem is with Paragon missing a mid lane inhibitor. Realistically, what can they do with this Baron? It's going to be hard to get any waves pushing on the side. They do have a Camille to potentially pressure top lane, but other than that, I'm not sure. Whereas the Bandits, they have an Elder. They can just start a fight and start getting some executes through. But obviously, they got to start the fight in order to do so. So we'll see how that one plays out.
Yeah, they're pushing their waves, trying to look for this bot lane inhibitor. Elder Dragon up for another minute. Bandits trying to look for a hard engage with it. The question is, can they look for it? So much great disengage with Paragon. The reason that this game has gone on so long is both of these teams, they have ways of engages, but more importantly, both teams have great ways of disengaging the enemy team.
Yep, the Lulu's definitely been a bane in existence for Bandit.
I think it's perma-ban next game.
Guys, his name is Lulu.
He's 1-2 and 27. Like, died the least out of everybody on that champion.
His name is Lulu. It's in.
Doing a bounce impression there.
It's on the tin. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like if a tin was like, "Do not eat," and then the guy is like, "I'm gonna eat it," and then
Well, you know it's been a long day. 48 minutes in, Savonix is bringing out different accents. Absolutely loving it. Is Bandits?
What?
I don't even know. It's 48 minutes. What do you expect? Bandits towards the bot lane. Tried to get themselves to tower. Not able to do so. This Baron, yes, they have the Sivir to push it out, but they have no threat of actually taking these towers. So now, with the Elder Dragon down, Baron still available for another 30 seconds. They're trying to leverage this time with the teleport towards the mid lane to have the push of their own. Going in towards the enemy base. This opens them up so much for the enemy team to try and find a flank on them.
Yep, Bandits couldn't find an angle to engage with the Elder, and now that buff has timed out. Paragon used this time.
Parley on the side.
Hit the go button for the push. JB has a really nice angle. Paragon, they're trapped in here. It's either end the game now or everyone dies. They have to go forward. This is their only chance. JB on a really nice flank. They're breaking down one turret. Shadow still standing strong. Loopy goes in with a taunt. Still Shadow untouched. Really nice flank from JB yet to blow his load. That's a really nice engage. Down goes the Lulu. And down goes Paragon. Stuck, trapped in the base of the Bandits. Lured into their own death. They don't need the Elder buff. They're just gonna bait you in to go for the push with your Barrow buff and end the game. Finally, Zapdos, we do see a falter in the cracks. Paragon make the mistake. Bandits punish them off a beautiful flank from JB.
And it's exactly what we talked about. We needed to get the Lulu and the Varus down, and they finally did it. And it's all coming down to them having those flanks on the side lane. If Bandits played it a little bit slower, maybe they could have won this game, but what a clown fest.
What a clown fest indeed. The true winners of this game does seem to be the Bandits, but my gosh, did Paragon take them to the very edge. This was not a game, or the way this game played out, I don't think anyone expected this. Bandits are the second place team last splits after.
I'm scared for both of these teams because if they do this against maybe Broad and Friends, which we saw last game, they are not going to be able to keep up. So I need to see a lot of changes coming in these next upcoming weeks for them to have any potential of getting towards those playoff spots. As Shadow had incredible team fighting. That's one thing you can give massive props to Paragon for. They were able to play really well about these front to backs. And we also saw really good flank engages from JB on, of course, the Akali. We just need to see them tighten up after these major team fights, and then we could be in a really good position to maybe have two strong teams on our hands.
Yeah, I think these two teams definitely showed their strengths. They definitely showed weaknesses. I think Paragon, you can hats off to the bot lane. Ketsuro started coming into his own throughout the mid game. Fruity Carrots also played a fantastic game, but I feel like Kenji on the Camille, like way too many individual errors for my liking. I mean, it was a fair enough attempt to pressure the side lanes, but a little bit too aggressive. And I think Bandits, it was a oof, that was yeah hard to say.
That one has to hurt, right? To lose.
It's got to hurt to lose, but I think what we saw from the Bandits definitely is their intuition. They have such a strong ability to clutch out in these moments, so props to them for doing so. But I mean, let's not try and attempt to break that down any further. Let's leave that to our beautiful analysts to do so. So thank you, Zapdos, for joining me on the
No
cast.
worries.
But we will throw it to a quick break, and after the break, the analysts will break the rest of that down.
Hello and welcome back. And we're fading in, but we're not fading out just yet. We've got time on our hands. We got 2 more games left up, and what a banger to kick it off with. We're getting to the midpoint, but this is going to be a spicy reminder of what the UKL can be. It is going to be Venom Crest taking on Rise Gaming. But before we get into that, let's introduce the desk. It's time to welcome in Herald. It's time to welcome in Dubby. 2 big names on the UKL. How are you guys feeling today?
Good, especially after that last game.
Yeah.
Energy. Hard up here, but we made it through in the end.
Okay, and then W, for you, obviously a little bit less of a stressful day, but I imagine a good one still.
Oh no, great one for sure. Everything's getting healed up, and I got to watch some long games. I got to watch a horror draft last one as well. So we're doing good.
Yeah, responsibilities need to be taken for that one. You know, I think one day we might learn as the UKL, you know, ban away people's top picks, their one tricks, but you know, some people, they don't want to do it. But let's see if that happens in this game today. Let's get into this. Let's get into team number 1. Let's bring up Venom Crest if we can, because I feel like it's a team that, you know, if you're watching the UKL for maybe the first time, you may not know, but if you've ever been here before, you know this name. They are a household name. They won the last season without dropping a single game. Harold, talk to me about this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Venom Crest of last split with two changes. There's the bot lane, as we were saying last week. You know, Rhythm and Seneca going to not Chile, but greener pastures, and now we got Skylark and Proper Panda filling in. But the top side is still the same. Bust, Phrase, and Air. You know, the only Phrase wasn't in the old Pro First team, and that's because Lunkafer exists. But still, really strong top side, and they showed it again, especially in the game against Chi, where Air found some windows to fight with the Realm Warp that were just insane. So I think this is still the team to beat. Skylark and Proper Panda have been doing really well, but let's see how they step up against some better competition.
And I will say, I'm going to be the first one to say, I think they maybe don't look as strong in that last game, you know, as they did in the last season. Now, obviously, it's first game, new team, you know, got to get your act together. Iguchi also looked really good in the start of the game, but there's some wiggle room, you know, and the team that could test them could be Rise Gaming, right? Rise Gaming, I feel like weren't super known in the last season. They weren't making big moves, but they've changed it up. They've kicked it off with a 1-0. Dubby, talk to me about this team.
Yeah, so, I mean, Rise, they came up from Div 2 to Div 1 because the spot was opened up. They had a bit of a rough Div 1 start last split, but now, this time, they started off very, very well. They won last, on Monday versus Broad. They've brought in an entirely new roster with the players that we do know. BB Muffin coming up from Div 2, Trizzy and Sin and Nem also coming from different teams, and I don't know too much about their top laner, but it looked great in this first game. So for sure, Rise Gaming is a team where teams need to watch out for them now, because they are definitely not to be underestimated.
Yeah, not to be underestimated at all. They are a dangerous team. I will say, though, as we come back to us, like, there is a lot of familiarity between these two teams, right? Not only do they know each other, not only have they mostly played each other, but the sentiment for me is that they're two teams I feel like people could have high expectations with, and they won their first games in pretty much the exact same style, right? I feel neither had good early games, right? Gucci really getting the better of Venom Crest, and Broad definitely getting the better of Rise. But then it got to 22 minutes, 23 minutes, and then there was one big team fight, one big ace, and then both these teams just won that game. So it is definitely it's not over till it's over kind of situation, but both were very clinical when they had that lead. So I do wonder how important this early game is going to be, Harold.
I mean, I do think Rise's win was also fueled by a very, very funny champion called Viego, which I feel like as soon as it gets one reset at any team fight where you have any level of a skew in HP bars, it's kind of over. But, you know, they also did well to capitalize on the mistakes that Broad made in these mid-game team fights. It's a question of whether this Venom Crest roster, which I feel like, yes, they went behind in the early game, but I think that was just the adaptation of getting back on the stage. But I do think they're just generally, their top side is really solid. As I said, Air is still putting up MVP caliber performances. It's going to be a question of whether especially like the Trizzy and BB Muffin can link up and break that stone in the mid lane that Air has been the entire time.
And W, we're going to get to drop real soon, but what are you thinking about these two teams? How do you think they match up? Who's going to win?
I'm looking forward to seeing this jungle matchup, right? Because You've got a champion, like player like Phrase, who's looked very consistent last split, and I might have underrated him a bit this split, but still had a good game on Monday. Versus Trizzy, who is just, Trizzy, this guy has always looked good in jungle. This guy's been so consistent. I remember watching this guy play Div 2 a few splits ago in their first time, and they were just the Div 2 monster. And now they're, been much deserved playing in Div 1 where they definitely belong, and they're looking just as good here. So for sure, jungle matchup this game is going to be a very fun one to watch.
Div 1 is where they belong. Where we belong is in draft and soon to be on the Rift. Forget all of the names that you see on your screen. Do not worry about it. It is going to still be the teams that we have talked about. It is going to be Venom Crest taking on Rise Gaming. Hopefully we can get a quick ask from production which side is on Blues, just for the clarity. But at the moment, we are seeing that Jinx, we are seeing that Gwen banned away, the Neferi and the Vi taken out, which means to me that it has to be Rise Gaming on the red side.
Yeah, the sheet
Venom
Crest is on blue.
I mean, banning Gwen on blue side? I don't like it. I personally think the champion is still the best champion in the patch. Like right now, it's good top lane, it's good jungle. Why would you deprive yourself of the possibility of giving it to either Bust or Phrase? Like,
so many junglers banned, by the way. 5 junglers taken off the map. The Xin Zhao, a very, very targeted ban away from Trizzy there. And you know what? They're feeling the heat, but I do wonder if Venom Crest are going to pick early on that jungle, because it looks like they have other priorities.
And the Varus will get first pick, which makes sense. Varus has been a very good consistent AD carry, still has that opportunity to play the 3 different builds, the AP, the poke, or the on-hit. So you can just lock this guy early and slot him around whatever your comp needs. So as first picks go, sure, you can imagine some junglers might be a bit better, but I don't mind it. Seeing Varus first never hurts.
Yeah, I mean, Varus has been the highest, if not one of the highest high priority AD carries in almost all levels of professional play. As we see the answer coming from Rise, it is the Tristana in the hands of Sin. Sin last split was a bit of a Varus merchant, so I would assume he knows what is best against the champion. Tristana.
Just to add to that, Varus is the 3rd most pick on the patch, right? And we're going to see that Viego again. We're getting that lock in once more. Trizzy looked good in it in game 1. You said it yourself, Dubby was able to really turn around the game with that pickup. But Rise, something that Harold has talked about, is going to be looming once again, Dubby.
Yeah, Rise is also, like, it plays its range, right? And if these champions, like, for example, this Viego, get into it, it can blow them up. And it was what I saw before whenever you see Rise. Like, this champion it's consistent. It's kind of like a mid lane champions is just always good. It's never going to be like unpopular, and if you can play it, it's all about really just how you can opt in with these realm warps, right? You can use that as an engage, an escape tool. A lot more exciting as an engage or to play around the map, moving minions around, but whenever you use it as escape, it's maybe a bit disappointing, but nice to see. And now we're getting a Mundo hover as well.
Yeah, and I was going to say, there is also a world where Rise could be flexed into the top lane, right? They could potentially go for it if Bust is confident. I'm not really sure, but another flex that could happen here is that Mundo, right? I'm expecting it, though, to be in the jungle. I'm not expecting it to be top lane Mundo. It's really, really strong at the moment in the jungle and definitely could put a lot of work in, especially, when you're thinking about Viego, he has that 1 stun. Mundo, he goes where he pleases. He avoids that immediately.
Yeah, I mean, you only have the 1 stun, but then Viego has this passive on his Q called Blade of the Ruined King, where he just deals max health damage. Viego is notoriously one of the worst matchups for a Mundo. I would assume they're using it as a draft resource to try and flex whether they can get a better matchup in top lane, or they can just slam this top lane, have a better, more proactive jungler locked in, and then play with Bust. Because if you have Varus, Rise, and Mundo, you're waiting. Not necessarily with the Varus. You're not waiting that long on the Varus, but Rise, you're definitely waiting for the 2-item spike. Mundo, you're waiting for the 2-item level 16 spike, which is when his ultimate gets the most amount of regeneration and bonus stats. There needs to be something that can bridge between the early game and the late game for them. They need a mid-game machine locked in, and I feel like it is kind of Bust's area of expertise. You can go for something like the Renekton that is being currently banned, so you can't go for that right now. But maybe something like a Jax, something like Jax is already looking really good. There's 3 auto-attackers on the enemy team. But there needs to be something on the side of Venom Crest that helps with them get through the mid game, because they're going to have a power trough. And I don't know if they're going to be able to hold the advance of this very hard spiking 2-3 item composition on the side of Rise Gaming.
Yeah, the remember the Azir. Obviously, if you're talking about late game, Azir, pretty much the master of that one. The Rel could be picked up there. A lot of engage options trying to be taken away from Venomcrest, really focusing on that support pool, but it is just going to be locked in by Nemini there. And it's a setup where we've now got options, right? That Tristana also could have a little bit of movement, right? Although actually with the Azir, it's going to be locked in. The top lane is going to be the last on the list. And it now is up to Venomcrest how they want to play this one out. They don't have that option of knowing where that Mundo will be best at this moment in time. So, Dubby, do you think they're going to send it in the jungle? Do you feel like they go for a blind top lane here?
I think there is a blind top lane angle here. Like Mundo could work into the jungle as just like a safety net, clear, full clear, just boring interaction champion. I don't know what you would pick in the top lane. Like when you see these mobilities, like Poppy's something that's open. Heck, with all these auto attackers, you could be wildcard and pick for like a Teemo. I don't know what Venomcrest exactly have here, but I can imagine it's gonna be something interesting as they. Looks like okay, maybe not so interesting.
You know what?
I was about to say the Gragas might have been the angle.
As blind top laners go, I feel like that's one of the best ones. And Yorick being picked up is crazy right now, Harold.
Yeah, I mean Yorick, arguably the second best top laner in the patch.
Mhm.
Yeah, Rise Gaming are going to play 4v5 for most team fights because the Yorick's going to be on the other side of the map, slamming turrets with a shovel. But
I like this a lot. I feel like Venomcrest, they've indexed a lot into this kind of, we're going to play as a 5, we're going to team fight, we'll set up really well, we'll have our front line, we'll have our back line, and then Rise were just like, you know what? We don't want to do that. We're gonna, we're gonna have a 4, and then you're gonna have to deal with that guy, and his wife, and you're not gonna enjoy that a lot.
Yeah, that's gonna be for sure. I mean, it was picked very quickly too. Like they didn't even hesitate to lock that in as soon as they saw this Gragas top. So for sure, I think it might have been their battle plan this whole time, and I'm excited to see how it plays up because I don't exactly imagine anyone from Venomcrest being able to match this. Maybe the Rise later, but surely you're gonna want the Rise to group up instead. So if you have to send the Rise to handle this Yorick split, you're just kind of shooting yourself in the foot. So it does clean off this red side draft as the last pick. I like it.
Now, I want to hear game plans, Harold. I want to hear game plans because we've already heard a little bit from Dubby there about how they need to play the map. But what I want to hear about is how they play the tempo. Because you talked about it, right? The power spiking coming in from Rise Gaming. Has Venomcrest game plan shifted enough where you said you need them to have someone a little bit earlier to kind of push them through?
I mean, I feel like there's one major glaring issue on the side of Venomcrest is the lack of physical damage. I'm looking at this draft and I'm looking like Varus is a hybrid damage carry. Even if he goes for that lethality, the blight stacks will deal magic damage. It does feel like they're kind of slotted themselves into a situation where they're basically just, we're basically just gonna bet on our laners being better, and that's our game plan. And I don't feel like that's enough because Yorick hard outscales most of Venomcrest's composition just because he becomes a 1v2, 1v3 machine on the side lane because, the AoE abilities deal reduced damage to ghouls. Both Rise and Gragas only have AoE abilities. It's a question of whether Venomcrest can really use the tools that they have at their disposal because still, their draft is powerful. They can Realm Warp a Mundo on top of the backline. They can Realm Warp a Nautilus on top of the backline, a Gragas with a Cask. There is a lot of playmaking to be done. Air did it last week with an Alistair. He basically delivered Proper Panda into the enemy backline a bunch of times and found the engage on Maro. It's a question of where they can get these windows to fight, and it's a question of whether Rise Gaming will recognize that their win condition is staying away from messy early game skirmishes.
Is there also an angle where we maybe do actually see that Mundo go top lane and maybe the Gragas is actually going into the jungle and playing for a more proactive early game and trying to get those ganks off? I feel like both of you are giving me faces of like, no, you're being a bit crazy here, J-Ross.
No, like 3 seasons ago, maybe, but I mean, Gragas jungle is just so unheard of now. There's no way it's going jungle. I don't see that. But
you're also putting yourself in another bad matchup because the Yorick just slams tanks. So with the Gragas, you have some windows of outplay just because of the displacements you have available. With Mundo, you're running at him. He's just going to throw down Dark Procession. He's going to throw the Morning Mist at you, and then he's going to start hitting you away. Yeah. You don't really want to put the Mundo in this matchup. But then again, most heads-up matchups in this game are on the Rise's side.
Okay, we
So
talked a lot about what Venom Crest needs to do. I now want to shift the focus onto what do Rise Gaming have to do? Because at the end of the day, like Rise aren't just going to win by doing nothing. They have to be proactive. They have to make the right steps as well. How do they actually ensure themselves getting this win, which we have said is fairly heavily favored from draft on their side?
Well, like with this win from doing nothing, I kind of see that angle in a sense. If they don't lose out too hard, they'll win out the side lane with this Yorick, and I just like their champions overall. Like Venom Crest is really gonna have to try and force something onto it, and you have these safe 80 carry Tristana, this safe Azir, and if you make them play into you, and then Trizzy gets a reset in this Viego, like it isn't a great situation. You want Venom Crest to try and overforce something, and then just kind of play into their trap. So not necessarily do nothing is the angle, but at least like don't give Venom Crest an opportunity to win. Play it slow, win your matchups, and take it from there. I think Rise Gaming have a pretty good chance to just take down the still currently undefeated Venom Crest from last split included.
Does that potentially mean that we're going to be looking for them to stay away from dragon fights? You know, maybe not go for the objectives as heavily, kind of let it play out until 20 minutes? Or are you saying they can still be quite proactive as well in the early game, Harold?
So I think Yorick doesn't necessarily need Grubs to be an excellent split pusher. He already has enough in his kit to be available. But if you're looking to trade on the side of the map, you can look to move this bot lane up, because your bot lane with the Tristana is going to have push by default. Her passive on her bomb is just a pushing tool, basically. You just hit a minion, it explodes, it deals damage to the other minions. Papa, you've pushed the wave. So I do think you don't necessarily have to take the fights around objectives. You can just handshake the objectives. Even if you get 3 grubs and 1 Drake instead of 6 grubs, more than fine. Yorick is more than happy to have whatever grubs he can get his hands on.
Okay. All right. Well, I think it is time to throw to the cast. I think it is time to actually get this game underway. Venom Crest versus Rise. A lot of expectations, but who is going to be the winner? Who is going to take that victory home? Will Venom Crest finally lose a game? Will Rise crumble under the pressure? We'll see soon. We're going to hand it over to the casters. We're going to throw this one over to Brackish Brit and Rory B.
Thank you so much, Jay and the desk. And Rory, I gotta clean some air, right? This Yorick has just started cropping up all over the world. Is it actually any good? Like, I saw Bin play it in LPL earlier today, and it did not look good.
Yorick is he's a bit of a flavor of the month right now. He received a lot of changes over the past few matches.
Quite a few.
So it's very hard to assess his definite power level, because he was basically sat unchanged for 2.5 years, and everyone knew he can do this amount of damage, and now it's all in the air. So we're stuck with that. He was a jungler. They removed that. So that was 3 weeks ago. Now we're on a new patch. He's been cropping up a ton in side selection on 1v1s as well, which I find so funny. But where we've settled now on this patch, as of 2 days ago, Yorick is a certified tank killer. His E damage has been moved from a flat amount to percentage max HP. His heal as well isn't based on having half HP anymore. It's more missing health, so he wants more extended trades. And when you're really looking all at this, and you go, that's a Mundo and that's a Gragas, this Yorick is chilling. He's so fine in this lane.
The question is, though, as the desk were pointing out, Yorick is not a great team fighter.
No.
They are pretty much indexing this solely for late game. Leave this man alone on a side lane. Nobody should, in theory, be able to deal with that. But there is just now the angle that Venom Crest say, all right, bet, if we can make a fight last, relatively short in the 4v5, and even if you bring your Yorick, we're not too worried about it, then we can find the angles to get the wins, especially when you've got something like the Air Rise that we saw absolutely dominate that previous game.
Yeah, Air went crazy on this champion, absolutely. I will touch back to what you're saying is, you could just leave Yorick on the side, especially now that his Maiden doesn't mark epic monsters. So it doesn't do all that extra damage you were doing, where sometimes you were like, oh, I can sneak.
Just casually solo Baron.
Yeah, with your Mistwalkers and your Maiden, you could, at some points of the game, be able to solo Baron if you're left there long enough. Not able to anymore. Now, we've talked enough about the Yorick. Let's talk about the other surprise pickup. In the jungle, full phrase, I'm loving a bit of Mundo right now.
Are you as apprehensive as the desk was, though? Because Harold was very keen to point out that Viego is kind of purpose-built to make Mundo's day not very happy.
Yeah, but Mundo's purpose built to beat Viego to a pulp. So, you're kind of giving and taking here. While Viego does do a lot of percentage max HP damage, if he's not indexing into anti-heal, which usually he doesn't want to because his item spikes is so important, Mundo can sometimes just tank it. And when burst is concerned, Viego can't stun because it will just blow Mundo's passive. So you're not doing a load of hold him there and whack him down. He will just run at you or run away if he needs to.
Absolutely. Of course, the early stages of the game, we don't expect them to run into each other all that much. So we'll be rather up in the air as to how truly effective this is. You can see Iniki and Bust are going to be pretty chill about the early stages of their lane. It's top lane. Are we really all that shocked? Air, on the other hand, though, when you get that level 2 first on the rise, you can start spamming those spells, even from a fairly early point. And as the desk pointed out, Tristana is a free priority in bot lane kind of pick. And, well, lo and behold, Sin and the Many, they have prior.
Yeah, chilling right now. Tristana's E just gives us so much priority in pushing the waves and getting that level 2 and level 3 first. Looking at the jungle clears, they're both pathing towards this bot side right now. I have a feeling... Ooh, no, Proper Panda, looking for a hook. But I have a feeling these two junglers are probably just going to have a staring contest at Crab. And then I expect Trizzy to back off. I'm pretty sure Mundo does win that at level 3, just because he has such high base damage. But I'm sure we're soon to see as they're approaching Crab timer in about, I'd say about 30 seconds.
I think your power of mathematics does you proud. Yeah. We see the junglers clearing both towards the bottom side. It will be interesting to see whether Trizzy does want to take that 1v1, as you were saying. Trades coming through towards the bottom side, though. Level 3 hit first by the bot lane of Venom Crest. Skylark going to put some damage down onto Sin. Misses with the arrow, though. Ignite straight onto the Many. Going to try and get away from this. Still ticking down. Trizzy tries to get in, but Fraze kind of blocks him away. So he's unable to really get in, and now that means Fraze should be free to take that first scuttle. So a bit of bot lane pressure coming through from Skylight and Proper Panda. And Sin and the Many, they have to respect it because they can't get the Viego in.
Yeah, Trizzy now losing that Crab is probably going to lose the top side Crab
Losing
as
both?
well. Yeah, I think Fraze is going to be able to just pick up both Crabs here. Massive experience lead in the jungle that's going to garner towards this Mundo. And Nikki placing down a defensive ward, but all he's going to do is give an early warning sign to this Mundo ganking. Not really going to tell you if he's taking the Crab or where he's going after that. Looking like he's just going to take his Gromp and then back.
Early TP used from Air as well. Of course, got to get that tier stacking as quickly as possible. Want to get to that big power point of completed Roa, completed Seraphs as quickly as you possibly can. Sin and the Many still, not having a great time with things. Of course, the early range advantage that Skylark's Varus will have as the Many takes another hook, will have to get away. Bust might be in some trouble. Trizzy making his way towards topside, but Bust still has a flash. He's not in that much danger unless Anikin can get a little bit more damage out. Instead, Trizzy has found Air in the river. Looks like it's more of a sort of a Morning Sam tip of the cap.
Just a how do you do, really, in the top side. Nothing more than that. We're seeing the power of Skylark's Hail of Blades here, more than anything, I think, in this lane. Because you're just getting those cheap extra autos off that normally you're not expecting from a Comet or a Hail of, or a Lethal Tempo Virus. But yeah, it's just able to chip down Sin ever so slightly and get this push advantage. CS is pretty even with these caster creeps going to fall very soon.
What do you expect Skylark to build, by the way, going for the Hail of Blades? Are we looking for a little extra early power for lethality build, or...?
So Opportunity did get buffed, and we've classically seen that with Hail of Blades Virus, but, the range percentages are a bit off on that item. So it's a bit hard to tell, really. You could go, honestly, either path. I would be expecting more of a lethality burst path, but...
I mean, Serrated Dirk says a lot.
Yeah, okay. Probably going to capitalize off that opportunity buff, then a fat lethality bonus outside and in of combat there. As we're seeing pings go down from Rise around these grubs. Nemeni is here to support, but Proper Panda is also on the way.
BB Muffin also faster to move out of mid lane, but yeah, Phrase doesn't seem all that phased. They are going to have priority walking into the river. It looks like Trizzy making the call right now does not want to commit to this, although the many now walking in, trying to get the angle onto Proper Panda. He has a flash available, but I don't know if it's going to matter if he uses it. He does try to get away, but First Blood is secured for Trizzy. He could try and find a hook onto somebody else. It would be a setup, but without a flash, it's a little bit more challenging to do so. Phrase does get stunned, but the follow-up not quite there. In the meantime, though, that first grub was at least secured for the side of Venom Crest, so it isn't going to be a full 3 going to Rise.
No, really nice set play there from Rise, kind of baiting Proper Panda forward here. I
just might have something to say about this, actually. Phrase gonna walk in, got the smite available still. Trizzy has a second charge at the smite as well available. Phrase trying to step forward, flashing through, trying to get that damage down. Bust flashes in to find the kill onto Trizzy. Phrase should still drop. Aniki doing what damage he can. Has a flash, needs to try and get away, but Proper Panda is there to try and dispatch him. Trying to duck around, trying to make sure he does not get hooked. The hook does land, but he can't land the follow-up auto attack. Now the Maiden opens up on Proper Panda. Not going to do enough damage to really threaten him, but Aniki able to play that nicely, dodging around the wall so the hook puts the Nautilus outside of auto range.
As I was praising Rise for the set play and kept going, Venom Crest did a really nice collapse as the third grub fell. They were able to use that Realm Warp to circle around and then bust, hitting all 3 players with that explosive cast. Just did the necessary damage to be able to execute so many of them. I was a bit worried for Phrase because Mundo at level 5 is a bit of an awkward place because you're not tanky enough because you don't have your ultimate, but you're not doing much damage. So I thought he was falling, but no. He's able just to survive with a flash onto the passive drop to keep his health topped up. And after everything, even gold state rises up 1 kill, but it doesn't really mean anything in terms of gold, and 1 grubby. So teams are pretty even as far as objectives are concerned and gold's concerned.
Yeah, no real concerns here. Niki going to put down the Maiden and just keep that top lane push going. It's all Bust can really do right now, just to clear out the waves. You're never going to get a favorable trade at this early stage when you're being attacked by the Yorick and the Maiden and all the Mistwalkers.
I mean, it's important to remember that Mistwalkers take reduced damage from AoE spells, which means the AoE from Gragas's W and his cast and his E aren't enough to one-shot these annoying little gremlins. They also block his E whenever he tries to go in on a Niki, which is also incredibly frustrating.
Can't hit the Yorick with it.
So yeah, as you're seeing, Bust just can't walk up to the wave. Yes, he has the sustain from his passive, but it's just not enough compared to the possible DPS that a Yorick can push out.
Air getting shoved back. Has a flash available, but gets stunned up by the Viego. Heartbreaker misses, and the many need to try and get in. Phrase is trying to make space to finish this one out. Feat of Warfare, however, claimed as the kill goes to BB Muffin. That's all Phrase can do to step away. Bust, however, able to pull Aniki under the tower. Doesn't quite get the aggro, though. Able to keep the waves cleared. TP is available if he wanted to join the play, but of course it doesn't really have anything to contribute to the greater fight. Bust just going to take a chunk from the Maiden and probably have to reset.
So, really nice catch there by BB Muffin, actually. Really like that, incorporating that ultimate into the play. But I'm wondering if Air probably could have flashed that Emperor's Divide, to be honest, and been completely fine. I loved that Trizzy went for the prediction Heartbreaker on Air's flash. Air did hold on to that summoner, though. But, look, if it landed, it would have looked really cool, and I rate style points incredibly highly in games of League, which probably isn't the best thing to say as a color caster, but I really like that. And these set plays around BB Muffin are going really well so far. Getting that pick onto Proper Panda around the grubs, and then that play in the mid lane, we're starting to see how Rise bites down on their targets.
So this is a thing that a lot of people don't respect about the Azir, I think, in, current year. Azir was like, oh, you know, he's scaling up. Oh, Azir Corki, it's such a snore fest. Azir, uninteractive champion until like 25 minutes. With new lethal tempo, and especially since we've already got a completed Nash's Tooth, Azir can shred you if he's able to get that stacked up.
Absolutely, and hear me out for a skin idea here, right? Ice cream vendor Azir, where he has a massive scoop. So all he does is go in and then, like, his ultimate is actually just, I can't remember what the name is of the 3 different flavors of ice cream all whacked into one. It's just a wave of
the Neapolitan soldiers.
Neapolitan scoop, yeah.
The Bust coming to join the play. BB Muffin decides that he needs to get out right now. Trizzy wanting to get down proper Panda here. The resets will start to come through if the fight can keep on going. However, the explosive cask over the top does so much damage. The kill still coming through. It looks like BB Muffin tried to get involved. Now he is actually in a terrible position. The flash from air will be used to secure the kill, and Nikki has to run all the way out. I don't even know if grubs were taken. Rise was able to get 1. So again, no actual points towards the feet go through. But Rise very much the worse off.
Yeah, for clarity, Rise the team, not the champion. Because that had me scratch my
Oh,
head for
God.
3 seconds. Yes.
I'm just going to say Air. It's Air and Rise the team. But we'll not refer to the champion by name. I'll talk about his spell names and all of that. But for the sake of clarity, if I ever say Rise, I mean the team, not the champ.
Yeah, Venomcrest, everyone.
Sin.
Yes. Playing a bit here.
I mean, you just die.
Bro's cooked.
You just perish. He managed to get
Using
the
the
kill to
ultimate.
proper Panda, I guess.
I don't think you're ever killing a Nautilus with plated steel caps at that point in the game when you have an unstacked
agree.
Quintal. But, you know, hope exists for a reason. As we're now seeing Venomcrest starting to develop a bit of a gold lead there, winning that team fight in the mid lane and then also picking up on Sin, which realistically negates all the gold Sin just got from those plates. Right? Was left alone in the bot lane, but then gets killed by Bus. So, really, that entire thing is gold neutral, and your team loses the team fight.
But plates kind of being picked off all over the board. Bust was able to get one bot lane. And Nikki was just able to take one down top as well. We'll see that those bottom lanes are now being sent towards mid. We've got 90 seconds on the next Drake coming up. It's going to be a Cloud Drake. And so we've got some pretty powerful souls actually on the cards. You know, and Chemtech. Actually, that's a good question. Chemtech, of course, after it got buffed, the soul, to 13% damage and damage reduction, do you think it actually can party with some of the other more powerful souls?
I don't know. Some teams, even when they get Chemtech Soul, can still go to 46 minutes and then lose to 200 Bandit. Lose to the Bandit. So you've really got to question how powerful the Soul really is in the end. But I think it's really strong. I think it's a lot of invisible stats. Right, it's when you're
in this game, for example, it would be really, really good for the likes of Phrase and Bust.
Oh, if
and
Venomcrest get it, it's nuts. Yeah, don't get me wrong. As we're seeing, actually,
got to fight start on bot side. There's so many Venomcrest numbers though. It's just Trizzy and BB Muffin. They're able to pick up one kill though. The reset comes through. Trizzy misses with the hook towards the wall though, and this will be a very easy trade back. Phrase will pick that one up. 20 seconds towards the Drake, and so this should just be Venomcrests to take. On the opposite side of the rift though, Nikki should be able to take down first turret.
Yeah, unfortunately now the first turret doesn't give any bonus gold though. Yorick did get slightly hit with that. It's more just a crowning achievement that you get first turret. But we are seeing items coming through. We saw that Rod of Ages picked up by Ed. That's going to start stacking along with the Symbiote Souls. Okay, love that.
Yeah, we've seen Symbi Souls rise quite a bit actually.
Yeah, just able to move around the map a lot better. Normally you pick it up very early on so you can get your bases, your crucial item pickups a bit faster. So you're not dropping waves of experience. But now that it's getting towards fully stacked up, it means he can sidelane and roam towards a mid lane or a Drake fight a lot easier. As that's the second
Realm
Drake.
Warp helps him so much to get that extra little bit of distance.
Absolutely. Second Drake now going over towards Venomcrest, and they're going to be very happy about a Mountain Soul coming to the Rift. If that Mundo gets a Mountain Soul, that's crazy. One thing I do want to point out, because I've seen Watley do the math.
The many. Gets hooked immediately out with the crash down. Sin took a little bit damage for his trouble as well, but is also fine. He needs to get this reset off. Herald has just spawned onto the rift, and it looks like Venom Crest are going to waste no time in starting it up.
No, they're going to go straight for it. And Nikki has the Matron, but it looks like he's backing off, not really going into this fight. No, they just melt it with all that damage. But yeah, I was going to say, Wally, I've seen him do the maths on Heartsteel versus 3 or 4 giant spells. And basically it comes to never build Heartsteel first. It is a rubbish item after the damage and stacking nerfs. That going it first is really weak. We're seeing in pro play champions like Skarner now just picking up 4 giant spells and basically becoming a sartorial dealership at that point, just handing them out everywhere they can go. And I don't know, I see Heartsteel first pick and I'm like, when are you ever stacking this here? You're going to have to run straight into their face in order to get that prog.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, Phrase. Yeah, not going to have the easiest time at all of setting that one up. Nikki, you see, continuing the push towards the top lane. We said how good the Yorick is going to be on the side lane. Bust, however, is probably like one of the better picks that you could put into it. Has nigh infinite sustain, has the ability to absorb a good chunk of the incoming damage. In fact, seems like Frey's going to be sent towards top lane. The flash from Aniki trying to get this one out. The Maiden will drop down. We also see that Proper Panda's coming up. We also see Skylark making his way up. No flash. Aniki, without the Maiden, is just going to fall down here. This is so much of his damage and his safety taken away.
Yeah, and then the immediate TP down from Bust, which means Sing can't capitalize on this mid tower with all the players up top side. We're seeing Herald being dropped in the top side as well, just for Skylark to capitalize on that gold there from the top tower. And
he'll even up the tower score. Of course, we saw BB Muffin able to take the tier 1 in bottom lane a little while ago. But tempo-wise, we can see that time and again, it is Venom Crest who is coming off much the better.
Absolutely, yeah. Now mounting over a 2k gold lead, 2 dragons up. And look at this Rise now has fully stacked Archangels. He's so far ahead.
They're looking pretty scary right now. Although, second item has also been completed for BB Muffin. He is awaiting his tier 2 boots. So both of these mid laners looking to have a really large impact in upcoming fights.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 11 CS a minute, which you just gotta love to see here. As Bust just going in, saying hi.
I mean, if BB Muffin's just going to get caught in a 2v1, though, that's not going to be all that great. Trizzy knocked up, sent back, trying to get away, but Fraser's right there. Air's going to pick him up. Realm Warp straight to the face, gets counteracted, but Bust does not give a damn. Flashes over the top with the body slam after the fact. Nemeni is sent running, and 2 members of Rise are not.
Oh my days. Your Zia going down just means you have such strong tower sieging potential, especially with a Nikki pushing that bottom lane. Going to be answered by Bust, but Air's not going to be answered, is he, as he pushes towards this top side, and with Venom Crest now collapsing on that mid tower as well. They're pushing 2 tier 2s at once, and Nikki's forced to teleport.
All the way to top lane to try and save that tier 2. And Air just like, all right, no worries. Good deal, guys. I got 2 more kills. I'm 4-1-2. I am loving life right now. Got the empowered recalls, of course. Even the Mistwalkers aren't that much trouble because the amount of speed with which you can just throw spell flux after spell flux.
Not to mention, it must be so frustrating for a Yorick player. Oh,
Never mind. Nikki and Trizzy had something to say about this. They even committed the TP from BB Muffin.
That's wild when Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. Here, unless they just want to collectively...
Look at Atacon, I suppose, but numbers are coming in. Look at Sin. He's on the complete opposite side of the rift.
Yeah, and Rise heard you, it seems, through the screen, as they're now going to back off. Teleport's done for a shutdown. It's not the end of the world, but now Rise used basically both their teleports to kill Air, right? Yorick went to answer the tower take, and then
Jumping on the BB Muffin, bust again, landing a fantastic explosive cask. I don't care how long your Azir can stand for right now. He cannot do enough damage to be relevant to all of this front line. Bust again, finding the angle and busting this mid-game open.
But you cannot be caught here when third dragon is in play, when the Ryze is still holding onto his death timer. Oh dear, and Nikki is just going to go up to top lane and be a little sad pushing his waves as Venom Crest sink their fangs around Drizzy.
He's going to be in trouble now as well. The follow-up, Proper Panda holds him down as Bust will pick up yet another kill, 309. And we need to remember why you can never underestimate this Venom Crest top laner.
Right? Lost right now. Right? They're really overextending the minor plays without thinking about the big consciousness. And then you're just walking into crowd control that you can pretty easily dodge.
So aside from that, which I'm not going to lie, it's a problem. It is a sizable problem. But outside of that, this is the kind of qualm / inkling / distaste I have for the Yorick in this kind of setting. That you are so clearly projecting we are not as good in team fights. Look at every single fight that has mattered so far in this game. Who has been there and been so impactful? Bust. Every time. Who has yet to impact a major team fight? Sorry to say, it's a Nikki. Turns out this Yorick also just going to get put into the bounce house. You can open up the cage. It does not matter. 4 members of Venom Crest say you are going to die. You can live for a little bit, but it is only on Venom Crest's time that you are surviving. Skylark tries to defend the mid tier 1. It is going to fall, but it doesn't matter all that much. It will be traded for a tier 2 in top side. Bust TP'd all the way down bot lane to make sure that BB Muffin couldn't take down a tier 2 in trade. And so, yes, okay, it gets traded back slightly. But once again, the gold is turning massively into Venom Crest's favor. They are 5,000 gold ahead.
I think that's Death Cap. Yeah, Death Cap now purchased for air, which means they can basically just run towards this Atakan. When you have a Varus who's going this lethality build, that high damage Q build, no one can really walk into you. And look, they're just one-tapping it now. They know Ryze is based because they were on Vision. So now they're
coming out.
Burst it down. Mundo has such high base damage that
they're not even committing to it. Do they even know it's being taken?
I don't think they do, but the announcer's about to tell them.
And this is a voracious Atakan. You'll miss it when it's gone, folks. Remember, as soon as next patch rolls around and we head to Ionia, no more voracious. I don't think many people are going to mourn it.
No, honestly, I'm okay with no free GAs anymore. I will miss picking the flowers though for the new Atakan because apparently it just auto collects all the flowers on the rift.
When you kill Atakan, it immediately harvests all the flowers on the rift at that time, I believe. But you still have to harvest the ones before.
Oh, you still get to... Okay, so I can still get the role-play as a gardener. That's lovely. That's all I really wanted from the objective anyway. As we're seeing, Proper Panda...
I mean, he's just going to get withdrawn here. Look at how much is being committed for this. TP coming down from a Nikki as well. Now, Fraze and Skylark looking to open this up. Look who's here. It is Bust once again as Sin gets annihilated. Muffin goes over the wall. Guess what is not far enough? Bust takes down another one. Skylark will find the many wanting. Fraze will walk down his opposite number, and Nikki is the only one to survive, and Venom Crest look none the worse for it.
And this Dr. Mundo's Blunt Force trauma has Ryze banging their heads on their desk right now, unable to find any play. You started that fight, Ryze! You went all in on a Nautilus with an Atakan buff, and you lost everything for it. Baron's now going to be taken down. Only one tier 2 remaining in your bot side with Dragon coming up in 1 minute as well. The empowered recalls are gonna allow Venomcrest to quickly reset here, grab items, and then they still have the Atakan buff as Bust using that ultimate very close to Dragon. I don't know if I agree with that, but Proper Panda's here to keep Nikki held down.
The Maiden's going to do some decent damage, but Nikki can't stay alive long enough to land consistent cues for the healing. Proper Panda is going to be the one taking that down. There's 25 seconds near enough on this Mountain Dragon. Bust's ultimate, if it's not up immediately on spawn, it's going to be close enough. There is no harm, no foul in this game. Venomcrest, there are a couple of wibbly moments, but they're closing on the clock striking 10, and that's 10,000 gold ahead.
10,000 gold, soon to be a soul. I'm pretty sure Phrase is just going to once again solo this dragon as the bot lane for Venomcrest push forward towards the mid lane. Bust able just to completely one-tap this wave, so I'm not really sure what Rise are thinking here, committing 4 people as your inhibitor is being taken.
As you're losing soul.
And now you're investing a Zir turret just to allow you to back.
It feels to me, as you said, that Rise are flailing. They are lost at sea. It seems that they can't swim well enough. They are drowning beneath the tide of poison that is being spewed forth from the mouths of these serpents as they try and coil and constrict around these members of Rise. Aniki again will fall. There is a flash available. It's not going to matter. TP coming through as it is with a single-minded force that Venomcrest decide, we know we are that much stronger than you, and this game will end when we say so.
Once again, this Yorick has been put into the grave as Rise have to just stare at the oncoming wall of Phrase and Proper Panda. So much HP as the Tristana's one tap.
Bye. Goodbye, Sin. It was good knowing you. Proper Panda doesn't even die as a result of the engage. Double kill for Bust. It is a complete wipe. The eulogy of the Isles is actually that of Rise. The Yorick ends up basically ineffectual, and Venomcrest merely walk across them to their second win. They remain undefeated in the Four Nations.
And that is pretty damn textbook as far as I'm concerned from Venomcrest. They did everything they wanted to, and did they really have to fight that hard to achieve it? You've got to ask.
My question mark remains on the Yorick. I have seen it across multiple regions, and it's just not impressed. Like, show me a Yorick that has had the same level of game impact as Bust Scraggus that game.
I think I saw one when I was climbing through gold. I can't remember the IGN, but I'll get back to you on that one. But as far as competitive goes, no, I haven't seen a Yorick really do that much, to be honest. And all the Mundo doubters, I guess, going, how can Mundo play into Viego? Pretty damn easily, it seems.
How can he not? Apparently,
it was some sketchy. It was some sketchy team fighting around Grubs, sure, but the moment Mundo got a lead, he was just able to run into this Viego's jungle and steal anything he wanted.
Goes where he pleases, and that is a second win for Venomcrest. We're going to throw it to a quick break, after which the desk will break down that game. See you in a mo.
And we are back after that game. And you know what? There were some questions and there were definitely some answers. Venom Crest, they're just the same team every single time. They are exactly what you'd expect anytime you watch them, right? It feels like they're almost like a fast food chain, right? Because every single time, they're like McDonald's, right? Every single time you go there, you get the same thing. Whether you like it or not, right? You are going to get the same thing, and it will be the same product, and it will be delivered in the same way. And it's just that they may not have the best early game. They will pick up a fight at some point in the mid game. They'll always have pretty close gold, and then they will just win when they get the lead, Harold.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cookie cutter League of Legends, but it's good cookie cutter League of Legends because your players understand exactly what they need to do at that exact moment in time. I think it's just an exercise of repetition, and they kind of just nail down what their win conditions are. And I also think there's a lot of the burden goes onto Rise's shoulders, because I do feel like they executed their draft poorly, didn't really punish Venom Crest for their mistakes.
No, I agree. I think that Rise didn't show the strongest performance today. I think that they kind of, I will say, not saying that they were like fortunate, but I think when their first game, they definitely had a little bit more wiggle room to make mistakes. And I feel like in this game, it got punished a lot harder. And like I said, in that early game, I did think it was going to be quite important as to who gets that early lead. Should pretty much dictate, because both teams showed when they do get that lead, it is very hard to take it away from them. And I feel like Rise just gave up a little bit too much in the early stages. And like you said, the macro, it wasn't there for them today, W.
Yeah, we were talking about this at the start of the game. Like, we liked their draft. We thought, hey, this is the kind of draft that could lead a team to take down Venom Crest. But draft doesn't matter if you just don't execute. You know, you have these kind of split push champions like the Yorick that want to be isolated, but we just didn't see it on its own at all in the early game. And by the time it was used, it was just too late for that. And it just didn't work out for them. And it just explains why a win went over to Venom Crest.
Yeah, indeed. But you know what? It is what it is. It's only day 2 of week 1, so it's all good. You know, we can move on, and we can talk about the next game, because this is the final game and we're already in draft, so there is not going to be a lot of spiel for this, and there isn't too much to say right now about Symbol because we haven't seen them on stream. This is the very first time that we're going to get them to see them live, which is great. We have seen Gucci. They did pick up a loss to Venom Crest, but who hasn't? You know, that is the real takeaway. So it's fresh slates for these two teams. On to the Rift, let's go. The bans coming in thick and fast. Zyra, Jinx, and Vi taken away by Symbol, and on Gucci's side, they've taken away the Callista, which I'm a little bit interested about, and also going to take away that Gwen, as well as I've completely forgot Ambess's name. There we go. I've remembered it right now. So going on to this one, Harold, what are we expecting early? Gwen banned away on red side. That's what you would prefer?
Yes, I would prefer that, because it leaves, you don't have the burden of banning on the blue side for these champions. You need them banned away. Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. Never mind anything I was gonna say. I was gonna have a structured idea of, like, they want to play for this, they want to play for the collapse and play standard front to back. Throw all of that out of the window. There's a Nidalee on our screen.
That was not what I was expecting, right? Straight up, not what I was expecting. Like the Varus, okay, we've seen it. We literally saw it last game. Expected, standard, simple. Nidalee first pick, red side was definitely not it. Where's it going to go as well? That's the big question. Some people have been playing it top side, most expecting it to be in the jungle there, but also the Corki being locked in. It's a good pick. It's very standard. You know, it very much can get you through the lane, so I have no issues against it. The Xin Zhao, though, going to match in some early game prowess with a spirit of their own.
Yeah, I mean, Symbol is going to be an interesting team to watch here. They were looking incredibly strong in Div 2 before, and promoting into Div 1 didn't even look hard for them. They have changed out 2 of their players, their mid laner and their jungler here, so this is going to be their debut on stream to see how they perform, that being Slice and Wantage. Slice has locked in the Xin Zhao for themselves, which, you know what, if you're a player that wants to make a good kind of showing, why not do it on the Xin Zhao? Maybe it's not as flashy as a Nidalee game, but it's a consistent champ. We saw it earlier tonight. It worked out decently. Wasn't able to bring the win, but it should still work out nicely. And we do get Buzzy on Rel. And you know what? I think Symbol just won their draft. If anyone has seen Symbol play, if anyone's seen Buzzy play, when Buzzy gets Rel, this guy doesn't lose. Like, I'm confident enough to say that I would put money down right now. Yeah, Symbol won the game just because of Buzzy's Rel right there.
That is a bold statement. Like, that could be one of the boldest statements we've heard in the spring season so far. The fact that one team have locked in a Rel, and that is GG, Harold, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, this is Div 1. It's different. There's better, higher quality players. And if you watch the podcast that we had at the start of the season, I don't think Rob shut up for like about 1 second whenever he was talking about this team, about this about this stargazing guy. I think I think the comment was are we in a Krispy Kreme for all the glazing we're doing? Because he was talking up this guy so much. So it's it's a question of whether Buzzy is going to be able to step up to the plate against like this higher quality, higher caliber of play. But as we see the last bans come through, it's double tank ban for Virtuoso. Virtuoso not really a tank player in my recollection. Really very much opting for those carries as a chase ban comes through.
I feel like he can kind of do it all. Like I always say this: Simple is a new team, but these players are not new to the UKEL, right, or the European scene, because I feel like all of them have either been here before or very much known names. Right, I feel like they're all kind of household in someone's house. And I got to say, Slice actually has a bit of beef with some of the teams. Right, I think Slice might have been on the Bloodline team that beat Paragon. I have to quickly fact check that in a little bit, but there's definitely some close teams. Definitely play for Bloodline at some point. So it's a sentiment where like these players, they know what they're doing, right? It's going to be tough competition. I'm expecting good things from Gucci as well because of how good they looked in that early game against Venom Crest also.
Yeah, I mean they looked really good. Now I have a few questions because I feel like on the side of Gucci, once you see a Rel, a Xin Zhao, and the Varus, and the Brom is still open and you don't pick it, I don't know. It feels to me like, I don't know, you're kind of wasting away a little bit. You could have this really strong side of the map that you're playing for. You have this stat checker in the bot lane in the Corki, and you just pair it up with a really aggressive, really defensive but really good counter-aggressive support in the Brom. So basically the Rail can't do anything, but as a few last lock-ins come in, it's the Aatrox counter matchup for the Gragas. Actually, for sure, was on the other side of this matchup last week. Last week on Monday. He was playing into bust his Gragas on his Aatrox, and I would say he had a pretty good laning phase. He kind of just got he just got team capped. But as we see, the last hover is this is a
weird comp. It's a weird comp from Gucci. It's a weird comp, and it's just got weirder. They've picked Vayne. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I like this at all from Gucci. Like they've got like some poke coming out from the Nidalee and the Corki. They've got a bit of engage coming out from the Gragas and the Nautilus, but can also disengage. And now they've picked probably one of the shortest range champions in the game that is ranged and not melee into like a Varus and a Victor. I don't know how I feel about that. Morrow's gonna have to really put on a show if this is able to get the win. So yeah, I don't know. Harold, talk about these two teams.
I mean, where's the Vayne angle? I'm not gonna lie. Where's the Vayne angle? Morrow, what are you doing? I don't get it. I think so. The drafts are per se. Like, if you take them one on each side, they're good. You have engage on both sides. You have consistent damage. You have aggressive playmakers. You have people that want to do things at every stage of the game. You don't really have a power draft. You have 2 item spikers. You have 3 item spikers. You have 1 item spikers. And then, but you put them up against each other. And then you think, okay, this Nidalee is going to have to play. These Nidalee soul lanes are Corki and Gragas. Gragas doesn't have push into the Aatrox, and it's an even push contest in the mid lane for the Corki into the Victor. So where do you get your priority to invade? And then Xin Zhao is still one of the best brawling junglers in the early game. I like the boldness. I will say that. It's a bold draft. I like it. I like when people express more of their personality and their pocket picks and their idea of playing the game. I don't know if this is the right angle to go for it. Now, if that was Peanut, I would be more willing to accept the Nidalee. But that is not Peanut.
This could be UKL's Peanut, though. Like, this could be UKL's Peanut. Right? You don't know, because the play. I need to do a little correction, by the way. It wasn't Slice that was there for against Paragon, but Slice and Mirai were in the team for Rich Gang that did win the final split of NLC Div 2. So shout out to that one. But I also want to bring our attention to slightly other things quickly, right? Temporal's got something for us. Most teams, when they trash talk, talk about the other team not being as good and try and put them down, Symbol do it a bit different, you know. Buzzy, who was on Tempest, by the way, he's an ex-1H winner, has decided that, you know what, actually, I'm going to trash talk my own team, which, like, I don't know if this is the energy if he still wants to win. Like, surely he still wants to win, but he wants his top laner to feel pain. That's what I'm hearing here, Dubby.
Honestly,
This is Virtuoso. It makes complete sense. This guy, he's got an ego, okay? But he's backed it up in a lot of games. I mean, if you've seen this guy on Twitter, he's been yapping about the quality of every other one of these Div 1 top laners. And he is here to show that, you know, all these guys just beneath him, and he is the one to win it out. So, you know what? This guy is a big talker, and he's here to show it. He's even mentioned that he wants to be the villain of the UKL Div 1. He just wants to come in here, win games, and just show people that he's just the boss of this top lane.
Then Symbol Venom Crest is going to be very interesting. You know, that's all I will say in terms of the talking. I think that genuinely, I'm very excited to see Symbol play. I'm really, really looking forward to this one. I'm also very excited for Gucci, because what I said about them earlier was their early game was really good against Venom Crest, okay? They picked a team that can definitely do things in the early game. The one thing I will say is they have picked a lot of awkward matchups for themselves, right? I do think the bot lane is going to be tough for the Vayne. I think top lane is also going to be very tough for the Gragas, right? I think Aatrox is really good into that matchup, and it is going to be a hard time to deal with. And like you said a little bit earlier, Harold, where's the invade coming from? Also, and I am going to kind of nab this, and I will give credit to Rory, where's the CC for Nidalee? You know, like, what is going on here? I don't know how it's going to function, but you know what? Sometimes it just does, W. We didn't like the drafts from the last game. We thought it was going to go one-sided. It definitely didn't. I feel like this game could go the same way, W.
Nah, but you forget the one very important detail in this draft, okay? And that's Buzzy's own rail. It's that simple. It's already over. I spoke about that before. I mean, sure, about the CC point. Like, you have champions like Nautilus. You have the Gragas. You know, sure, you got Vayne Condemn. Why not? Is it enough? I don't know. It might not be. I mean, if Tweak's just good enough on this Nidalee pick, as they were confident enough to pick it, then sure, they might not need that CC follow-up. It's nice to have. But
I'll be real.
We'll have to see how it plays out.
If you're relying on a Vayne Condemn CC to hit your spear, you shouldn't be playing the champion. Like, that's real right there. Like, there's no way that that's what we're looking for. But I do get your point. I think the Nautilus obviously, yeah, definitely can make his play. I also want to hear Harold, like, because we talked about it last time, right? We looked from the other perspective. We're saying that we think Symbol have the advantage here, but how did they actually win the game? Because we talked about this last time, right? We said, okay, look, Rise need to do X, Y, and Z. They then didn't do that in the game. So what are Symbol's win conditions for this game?
Well, get the Varus out of lane as soon as you can. Well, not in the bad sense of, like, you need to swap him away from the matchup. You need to put resources into his bot lane so he can then move to mid as quickly as he can and then exploit his pushing power to then just move into the enemy jungle, choke the Nidalee out of camps, and then kind of just snowball on top of that. Like, find the skirmishes, the night vision, and play with the fog of war. That's kind of what's been the meta when you try and play against these hard carry champions, but they do need to farm. You need to slowly choke them out of the game. You need to take away the resources, because a farm-intensive champion that can't farm beyond 10 minutes is a useless champion.
Okay. Well, it sounds like it's all settled. Will Symbol prove their power on stream? That's what we're going to find out. Is Morrow about to become the UKEL Uzi and make a huge name for himself? We're going to find out. We're going to throw it back to our casters, though, who I know have a lot of questions. They know have a lot of talking points. Rory and Bragg, take us away.
Well, we haven't got many answers, Jay. I think that's the real point that we need to come in with. That, yeah, that is a composition featuring a Nidalee that, are you really just trying to Goomba stomp the bot lane early, really index into the Nautilus?
What shocks me here is the most common pairing with Nidalee is Renekton, right? He holds you in place, and then you can land a spear. That wasn't even banned, let alone picked. Instead, you went for a Gragas, which means Virtuoso can just build one Negatron cloak, or even Null Magic Mantle, and suddenly your damage falls off a cliff in the top side.
Mm-hmm.
And then you draft a Corki to the mid lane with a Vayne in the bot lane. I mean, unless this is the most 4D chess I've ever seen, and you go, you know what's OP now? Rod of Ages. You know what Rod of Ages gives you? Health. You know what shreds health? Vayne. Like, the mental gymnastics to go around that way and pick Vayne into
Victor even build? Does Victor even build Roa though?
Starmer doing it right now because of the buffed Roa.
They're doing that with every mage though. As a Victor player myself, I will not stand for it.
Into like Nidalee Corki, I could definitely see.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, I will.
This game,
I'll allow it.
but it's a little funky. And Good Chi have really just thrown down the gauntlet and said, "Let's go hand stiff."
I mean, Buzzy walks straight in and will take an auto. Stargazing, not actually committing the hook straight off the bat. I'm just gonna get on down to farming. Good and honest in this video game, but the wave is getting cleared out a lot faster by Maro and Stargazing, so they can start fishing if they please. In worst case, they'll get the level 2 first.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we're just seeing the classic Victor able to bully out Corki level 1, but Corki was
I adore
slowly...
Victor level 1.
Yeah, Corki will slowly be able to bring those trades back in his favor with the armor shred and the Valkyrie for some decent gap closing if Wantage ever blows that. Is it Arcane Ray? Now they renamed his E and I hate it. What?
Yeah,
what
I didn't even realize.
Ray?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they renamed his ult as well. It's Arcane Storm, not Chaos Storm. There's such small changes that I will still follow up. Buzzy taking a big chunk of damage. Slice has already made his way in mid lane, and Chova is in trouble.
Yeah, really nice 3 camp into gank from Slice there. As textbook as it gets, Chova just completely munched here, uses the flash, is going to have to burn the TP to catch that mid lane wave. Luckily for him, Wantage didn't get that first blood. And it's only
you didn't care though, it's 20 stacks all the same.
Very true, very true. It's 20 stacks towards that passive, which is going to mean earlier wave clear, which does open up Wantage for fighting these neutral objectives like the Grubs and the Dragons a little bit earlier. But overall, it's fine. What I do want to say is Wantage has picked up a Ruby Crystal, which does signify Catalyst is getting built.
Quite likely. We discussed it this game. There's Mirai taking a chunk, barrier having to be used. Maro trying to commit for the kill, not quite able to get it. Takes a tower hit for his trouble as well. Slice is nearby. If they overcommit for this, they may just fall, especially since it's only a cleanse. Never mind, it's Tweak who tried to come in and finds himself caught. The Nidalee ticking down, burning down, will fall. Buzzy picks that one up. Slice onto Maro, gonna pick up his second kill. Stargazing now needs to get out. The hook coming through. Chova has made his way down. I don't know how much he can do here, though. Buzzy is gonna take a bit of damage, but there's still members waiting, and Wantage is now here to lock them in, to close the door. It's a kill for the Victor. Chova gets one, sure, but it's 5-1 for Symbol as they are starting out rip-roaring onto the Rift.
And, oh dear, is the only way we can sum that up for the side of Good Chi. Yeah, any amount of hand stiff that we were considering going into this game is completely out the window. Right? Your Corgi has now died twice in 4 minutes, which means he's almost spent as much time dead as alive. Your bot lane is now in absolute tatters. Luckily, Maro has a CS lead, so at least he's got some gold in his belt. But what on earth just happened? Like, at some point, you just got to cool off the play instead of forcing.
I liked the proactivity from Maro trying to get that damage to finish off Mirai, but he took tower damage, at which point the play is over. By the time Tweak got in, he got immediately jumped by Slice.
Yeah, well, Tweak jumped in, and then Stargazing went in for the hook, and they say aim for the moon and you'll hit the stars, right? Unfortunately, Stargazing missed the moon and hit a wall instead, completely negating any power he had to proc his Aftershock immediately. And no, Chova's walking up again like it collapsed by Slice. No, we're just seeing him back.
He's
off
walking
there
right
with
in.
the
He's already
Valkyrie.
burned
back
the
in.
Valkyrie. It's as simple as that. Slice now on a killing spree, and that should be the upgrade to the Hextech Ray. This Victor already off to the races as Virtuoso takes an explosive cast from Forshaw, but he is not all that concerned. The Aatrox able to heal up consistently. He's going to maintain a similar level of sustain to the Gragas in this lane, and he doesn't have to worry about mana.
Doesn't have to worry about mana at all. We're actually seeing Chi able to pick up that first dragon, so they're going to love that, especially because it was slow down symbols, stacking of them. If they got some early drags already with this gold lead they've amounted.
How much do symbols care, and why is it not at all, though, I fear?
Yeah, I mean, they're getting grubs on the side, and they have a Varus and a very fed Victor, so they're going to love that extra pushing power onto the towers to get an even stronger gold lead there. As we saw the World Ender popped by Virtuoso just to crash this wave. As Slice
now coming
going up
in.
the tower
Level
dive.
6. Tweak is not 6 yet. Slice can just walk on in. This Nidalee is absolutely nothing before the Xin Zhao. There is a flash available in for sure, but he can't clear the wave quickly enough. Chova comes in. Slice will die as a result of the tower damage. Chova picks that one up. But again, we saw it in the last game. The proactivity, the plays, the action is all coming from Symbol.
Symbol absolutely sliced, going crazy. We're going to create the
Maro
bot lane.
needs to get a damage, but there's a barrier on Mirai and not on Maro. Stargazing needs to get out. Mirai should be able to finish this off if he can get a piercing arrow cooldown. Trying to extend it out, not quite enough. The Titan's shield will just about keep Stargazing alive, but we talked about being able to outhands, to be able to outplay. We're already seeing a 3.5k gold lead at 7 minutes.
Who would have guessed that Varus is stronger than Vayne in lane? Am I right, gang? Yeah, Mirai is just able to space out Mara and Stargazing really nicely there, under no real threat with that barrier. And Flash was even burned there. Mirai was just chilling. But one thing I want to pop out on is Slice backed and bought a first item, Yomu's.
Oh, I was expecting. I saw the
I saw
dirt.
the
I was
dirt.
like,
Yeah.
oh god, I'm stuck in the past. I just realized how old I am. I saw the Dirk and I was like, oh, he's going Eclipse. Yeah, I can see Eclipse on a Xin Zhao.
Oh,
It doesn't
don't-
build out of Dirk anymore.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that. As an old Neferi enjoyer, that was the spike I very much liked. As Slice was seeing
Slice.
the Yomus, can't get the knockup, so Chova
Just doesn't
able to
care.
walk out of it.
He's jumping in, he's locking up Chova, gets the stun down from the gravity field, and just making it so Gucci is constantly playing to the rhythm of the drum that Symbol is beating.
And now we're seeing Simple just collapsing in that jungle. Maybe they're going to look for Tweak here. I think they just stole away a blue buff from Tweak. We'll see in a second at the rings around their feet. They're doing it right now as we're seeing a collapse stolen away
Yep, Slice gets
by
it.
Slice. Really nicely done.
They're still threatening it. For sure, taking a not so great trade towards the top side. Buzzy jumps forward, forces the flash out from the Nidalee. They're going to try and engage back onto the rail here. They might have the damage, but Buzzy flashes right out. Slice going to use the Crescent Guard to try and absorb some incoming damage. Mirai has to step away. Wantage has come across. At the end of the day, everyone kind of does some musical chairs and leaves.
And it's so funny, we keep seeing all this action on the bot side and then slowly panning up the top lane, which looks like such a boring lane of sustain versus sustain, as for sure it's just getting bullied in after losing that initial, well, I'd say even gold state that was set up because of the dive. And look, Chova just trying to fight back into Wantage. Wantage doesn't even care because he's like, I'm burning spells to push this wave anyway, so I'm going to be healing up. Chova's fighting a losing battle now, as I'm expecting to see full items across the board from Symbol being picked up very soon. Oh, Mirai actually not having enough gold to finish that initial Yomo, probably because of that.
He spent some gold on a
tier.
tier.
Yeah, he got a tier, so that's probably why.
Yeah, wouldn't be too worried about that. The items will still come through in fairly short order. Symbol, they set the tempo of this game, and now it's up to them to moderate it. There's grubs available. There's 40 seconds for a Drake pickup. Of course, Gucci did get the first one, but if you're playing for a high-tempo game, maybe you just go for maximum grubs. They actually only got 2 of the first set, interestingly.
Oh, did it even reset?
Wait, does that mean it's just
It
going to be a
did
total
reset.
of 3?
No, the third one was never taken.
Yeah.
Which means if they don't take it soon, there's only going to be one spawn
One set of grubs.
Oh my god, it's like we're living in the future by a patch.
Yeah, I suppose. Which of you guys have been playing on PBE and forgot about the second set of grubs? Mirai, getting jumped on here. Tweak coming in. Buzzy is able to absorb the damage. Chi have to step away. The cleanse doing work. Able to get him away. Slice, however, has found Choba. This Chalky is doing some damage, though. Slice jumping over the wall to try and get away. Tweak will go a chasing. Wantage is going to try and body block to ensure his jungler can get out alive, and it looks like he will be successful.
That Valkyrie damage almost shocked Slice right there. I think it's something like 225 damage per second or something crazy like that.
Maybe.
Like, Valkyrie has crazy damage.
I don't know about you, but I certainly wouldn't want to stand where a jet has just been flying over at like 50 feet up.
Yeah. The afterburners are going to scorch you, that's absolutely sure. As we're now seeing Tweak once again just poking around this bot side, unable to really find any spears. But honestly, there's no way Gucci are going to get a second dragon here, right? They're taking crab, but Slice with that Yomu's is just running down Tweak.
It tries to find the catch in here. The movement from Mara and Stargazing. As Buzzy did leave Mirai alone. Good little catch here from For Sure, but the answer with the World Enter. Viduso able to get a good chunk of healing through. And again, it's kind of a nothing burger of a top lane. Viduso was able to pick up 1 kill earlier. He's able to build up a 40, 45 almost CS advantage. Maro is now just getting walked at. Mirai needs to have a little bit more damage. Not quite able to manage it, but again, it's Gucci that are zoned away. There's quite a few wards to clear, but it will still be Symbol who have a pretty easy time clearing up their first Drake.
Yeah, Infernal going towards Symbol. They're going to boost their item lead even more. Wantage dropping a massive Arcane Ray, a Hextech Ray even, onto Chova there. And look at that trade, it's so unbalanced.
You can't stand like that. Barrier used up, committed. The Ignite from Stargazing will take that one down. Buzzy has ignited Marrow and is going to try and take that out. Both AD carries fall to the Ignites of the opposing supports. And what was actually a kind of heinous misplay from Mirai somehow goes unpunished.
Yeah,
ends up trading 1-for-1? How?
I guess Buzzy just has the source. Like W was saying on desk.
We want to repeat the statement. Buzzy is a 4 Nations champion. The first split where we returned, he was the support for Tempest Gaming, our champions of that split. He is a certified realm merchant. He knows how to play this champion. It was time and time again on the split that I and many of the people still on the broadcast cast. I remember many a Buzzy Magnet Storm being the difference maker.
And even though we haven't seen any major set pieces from Symbol yet, because they haven't really had to, I'm sure as we approach the 15-minute mark and teams start grouping together, Buzzy will let Gucci know about his previous victories. Once again, Tweak returned to the spot side, is likely going to get spotted by that ward in Atakan's pit.
I don't think he was spotted, but Mirai is playing respectfully enough that he should be A-OK. First turret now secured by Virtuoso. The staying power of Foreshore simply not enough to keep up with this Aatrox.
Yeah, a bit rough when you're playing Gragas and you decide to build Rod of Ages and then it's not finished till 15 minutes. That sucks to see, and then when you click tab and you see Victor's already at 7 stacks.
I mean, mayhap we can press tab, or X in this case, to see just how the gold is going across these champions. I mean,
I think we know how the gold's going.
Yeah, despite lack of presence in any actual fights, Vituso, 60-odd CS up, or 50-odd, as the engage is coming through towards the bot side. Buzzy, it does look like his life will be the price that is paid as Forshaw manages to send Mirai back into the team. The TP is coming through. Wantage is found wanting as he stood way too far up. Mirai flashes across the wall. He's able to get Mirai down. Maro taking that out, and somehow, through a TP play for the ages, it's looking good for Good Chi.
4 for 0? Weren't they 4k down?
Yeah, they were.
Symbol have every ultimate available to them. Yes, I know it's a 5v4, but you're pretty damn strong. As we're now seeing even more gold being picked up there, Shova is picking up that tower, putting more money into Good Chi's pocket here, and Virtuoso not really able to pick anything up on this top side for sure. Is able to pick immediately up the play.
Turns out, even a 50 CS down Gragas, who had to concede his tier 1 turret, is still just going to make plays. For sure, TP's into bottom lane, body slams Buzzy, immediately sends an explosive cask to send Mirai into the enemy team.
Yeah.
Even after the flash, the takedown is there. Maro, before dying to Slice, is able to flash over the wall, finish up the kill on Mirai. In fact, I think he could have survived if he'd chosen to just leave at that point. Chova's able to get some kills, now 4 and 3 on the Corki, well on the way to a second item. All that being said, though, they are still 2,000 gold behind. They have still just had to concede a Herald to Symbol.
And Symbol do pick up this Herald, you're right, which means they'll probably take out, I'd say drop it tier 2 top and give Virtuoso a bit more power.
Nah,
They're just gonna
get this mid down. They want to open up the map some more. It is the traditional logic. And with a dragon coming up in not too distant future.
But what was the point of this? The tower had like 30% HP and your virus is so strong. It was falling anyway.
Sometimes conventional logic doesn't go the entire way.
As we're now seeing Dragon up in 20 seconds. Looking at items, Myra's picked up that Bork. Very happy with that. 2 items for Slice with that Collector. Having been picked
This is a full assassin Xinjiao. I love it.
I don't know how much I like it. Watching how that last fight went.
That is the double edge of this lethality sword, that you are not tanky. You are not a front line. In fact, Symbol, who perhaps could have played just a traditional front to back by using Vituso and Slice as their frontline members, alongside Buzzy, of course.
Of course.
Then yeah, you've suddenly lost some frontline because Slice's only way of surviving is by hitting people with his passive and by hoping that Crescent Guard lasts long enough.
Help me out here. I'm trying to remember an item. I don't think it was Sword of the Divine, but it was basically AD Medjai's.
Yes.
And absolutely Slice would have picked
I know, Sword of the Occult.
Sword of the Occult, yeah. If Sword of the Occult was still in, absolutely Slice would be an occult merchant here. Like, he is going fully forward.
R.I.P. the Stack Brotherhood. Any of y'all remember Leviathan?
That
was a
sounds like a
stacking
Bilgewater
item.
Bandits item, or whatever that game mode was.
So, Leviathan was a health Medjai's.
What?
It was a tank Medjai's that if you fully stacked it, you took like 30% less damage.
Please tell me that's an arena nowadays.
Nope.
I want them to bring that.
I don't know if it's I don't know if it exists in the game anymore. It got removed. I want to say season 2, season 3. It was heinous. It was absolutely heinous.
Oh my days.
I do remember some very good times though of season 2, just after Skarner had been released, running around with a Leviathan, Philosopher's Stone, and Heart of Gold for the passive gold generation that I could then build into Shirelias and Randuins.
Anyone in chat who's just heard that sentence has about a 30% chance of just withering away in dust. It was that.
My brother in Christ, I am turning 30 tomorrow. Let me have this.
Just holding one of your photos in your hands. I remember the good times. Back when Leviathan existed.
I wouldn't necessarily call those good times. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it wasn't that time of invisible sunfire stacking on Twitch in Evelyn.
Yes.
Yes.
That was a thing that happened.
The cursed times, probably then.
I mean, they were just the early days. I remember them with the fondness of, It's like remembering when I first started playing WoW or whatever. It's like, it wasn't perfect. It was fun, though.
Yeah, absolutely. As speaking of not perfect but fun, Symbol, sure they've dropped a few kills, but they're still having a great old time with that. About 4k gold lead now, posturing around the Atakan, dropping some heavy vision. But Morai is alone on the mid lane. I wonder if Gucci are going to try and look for a collapse there, maybe get that tier 1. But if they overinvest in that tier 1 mid, it does open up the Atakan to being taken.
I'm still a real fan of how Foreshore is doing in this game. Like, yes, you are getting CS diffed and getting your towers pushed in by the Virtuoso, but the one team fight that has happened so far in this game, it was the Gragas that actually showed up and did anything. Like, he was the catalyst for that play going Gucci's way.
And bit scary though, if you consider that the only reason Gucci were able to make that double TP play work is because Foreshore
A distinct
was able
lack
to
of
go
Virtuoso.
crazy.
Yeah.
Also, it means Gucci are really looking for another team fight that allows Foreshore to go crazy, because right now he's just bleeding gold. He's actively bleeding, actually, as he takes so many Darkened Blades to the face. He's going to force the back, and maybe Symbol do something with that, as Virtuoso does have the teleport available. Waves are being pushed in by Symbol, and they're walking towards that Atakan.
So Foreshore was able to clear out the waves, so tier 2 in top lane is still safe for the time being. Or what, precariously. But as you rightly say, Symbol doing their due diligence, they're going to clear out the vision towards the bottom side of the rift. In fact, it looks like there is only that single, or there's a couple of Symbol wards. There is Mirai looking to get jumped on, but the turnaround CC is good enough. And look who's here, Virtuoso trying to make things happen. Maro trying to get away. The cask over the top, though. The healing is able to keep Virtuoso alive as Foreshore gets caught by the gravity field. Chaos Storm over the top will be able to take that one down. Chova needs to get enough damage through. He will be able to secure a rampage by taking down Mirai. It's a 3-for-1, though, in favor of Symbol. Chova and Maro still alive. The Vayne, with no ultimate, with no flash, can't really contest.
Can't contest at all now. Symbol walk towards that Atakan, and Stargazing's not having a good day on this Nautilus. That has been 2 flash hook into walls next to him this match, and it's looked rough. I liked the idea, but the execution was incredibly poor.
Guys, you can't... You're not going to be able to steal this, right? Wantage stepping a little too far forward, though. Maro has stacked up the lethal tempo. Ruinous Atakan has been secured as they are trying to pick up those blood petals for sure. TPing in to try and extend this play. There's no cask available just yet, but it could be about to come through. Buzzy gonna start getting burned down, stunned into the wall. The Chain of Corruption comes over the top, though. Lands on Tomorrow, immediately cleansed as Tweak gets jumped on by Slice. The healing is good, though, as Tweak able to survive long enough with that Leandries. And, of course, the heal, Primal Surge. And we were talking about Slice maybe falling off in usefulness. He was not able to assassinate the Nidalee there.
No, Primal Surge just keeping Tweak outside of Collector range right there. But honestly, yeah, it's not worth. You're losing your 3rd dragon. As nice as the Atakan is,
you've given up a soul point, yeah.
Yeah, because it's not voracious, I just don't think it has that much inherent value when you've only got 1 dragon and 3 grubs. Like, not much is getting boosted here at all, and you don't have that much of an XP lead because you weren't able to claim all of the bloody petals that arose when Atakan fell.
I suppose a bright side is that it's Mountain Soul. Mountain Soul is good. You know, if Mountain Soul is picked up for good chi, that will still be good for them. But the individual Drakes aren't as good. We're not looking at resist stackers. The only one that's going to get real bonus from that percentage is Stargazing.
Yeah,
nobody else is really building any resists.
No, you're right. For sure is really going for that health stacking here. Which I quite like.
Hey, Ro's fully stacked now. He's got Fimbulwinter.
Yeah, honestly, for sure's looking in a great position right now. Sure, he doesn't have the kills to show it.
Love the heads up from him, by the way. I like that we saw him pick up a very early Oblivion Orb.
Yeah,
specifically
I
into
think it was just
Virtuoso,
necessary.
it's just necessary.
Yeah, he got that before he even finished Rower. Like, I think he
Wanted.
prioritized that over Blasting Wand on his second base.
I believe he
So-
did, yeah.
So he's really been seeing value in that. As we're seeing, just taking items across the board, the ADCs are pretty even in gold now, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Maro is actually ahead in gold, just looking at what's being bought. As he does need to do a basis and clearing out this way. Virtuoso, massive CS lead, right? A lot of gold in his back pocket. Has got the Voltaic Cyclo Sword now. Not an item I commonly see on Aatrox, but it makes a ton of sense when it pairs up with your empowered passive auto. You just slow for 99% and do a ton of damage with that lethality cutting through. I need to see this Aatrox do a lot in a fight. Because
That's just the thing. In the last fight, Virtuoso was barely able to survive. He nearly just got burnt down by Mara.
Has flash available.
It's stargazing. That's a buzzy! That's a buzzy Magnet Storm right over the top, but the follow-up isn't there. The rest of Symbol are completely stuck in the choke point. Flash Magnet Storm onto the entire Gucci roster, and the rest of the team aren't able to follow up because Stargazing is holding the line and falling valiantly for his team.
Yeah, that depth charge was actually huge at doing the crowd control necessary. Chova now Valkyrie out as Varus sends piercing arrows over the top.
All the while, was Wantage ever here?
Wantage
he
was
just
it?
pieced
Yeah,
out
he
bot
drew a
lane?
Chaos Storm.
Then he just pieced out bot lane.
Yeah, he walked straight down to bot lane. He saw a wave available and was like, my time is now.
Ooh.
Which I don't blame, to be honest.
How is he doing on stacking, actually? That would be nice to see.
He must be at 100. No, he must be at 4 stacks right now, I think. He's got a lot of CS and some decent takedown numbers. I'd expect him, if not pretty close, to be max upgraded.
At this point in the game, yeah, probably has to be.
Observers, if we could just click on Victor actually right now, just if he
I
has.
believe it was mentioned that they were struggle. Yeah,
Fully
okay,
upgraded,
fully
fully
upgraded.
upgraded.
Thank you so much, production, aka my voice
So-
and Pearl.
Support items coming out. We do see Buzzy with a slight lead in terms of itemization, able to pick up that Knight's Vow to keep Mirai's health topped up. I don't know if I love it, to be honest. But I'm a big redemption, even on engaged support seller. So maybe that's just my personal biases coming in, but I don't feel like Knight's Vow is the strongest item in the meta right now.
We're still waiting to see. Obviously, as you said, Stargazing a little bit behind in the gold stakes right now. Of course, has a locket. Big shocker. The follow-up item is the big question mark.
Ooh, Rabadon's
As we close up.
For Wantage, yeah. Wantage now picking up that third item, so even on items...
Well, we saw them give up a lot. Like, Slice gave him red buff, made sure he could take Krugs. And
Slice has got an LDR.
yes!
This
He's
is
really...
this
that's
is
the
a
interesting
Rengar
thing.
build.
He is indexed so hard into the sort of assassin-y style that now that we're getting to the later stage of the game, it feels like he needs to at least make enough space just with his ultimate for this to actually, work, as Virtuoso is getting engaged upon towards the top side. The Ignite goes down. He's just gonna Umbral Flight out of there. And not a gigantic amount was committed for that, I don't think. Forshare's ult will be up pretty quickly. Stargazing is down the depth charge for now. But
The
it
Ignite
seems
doesn't
like
mean much
Gucci...
anyway.
Yeah, I feel like Gucci are not expecting a big fight to start up. That said, Slice and Mirai are going to sneak away towards the bottom side and start up the dragon.
But Gucci know this. Gucci are aware of this, and... Oh, no, I thought For Sure was starting up that Baron.
There was a control ward on it.
Yeah, that's a shame, as now we're seeing...
Death Brush. No, Death Brush. Stargazing misses the hook. Death Brush.
There's now, Symbol just looking to regain vision control. That crab is going to do wonders for them finding all those wards around that river. As Mirai is getting so much value. And right now, we're just going to bouncing waves back and forth, what I like to refer to as golf commentary. Really podcasting. You get to go a bit quieter and a bit calmer. Not ideal for a play-by-play, I'm aware, but we can all take a bit of a breath.
You know, I'm getting to the sort of age where these breaks are needed. So
Okay, you're not even 30 yet.
I know. I love to index into the I am old memes though. So let me have this.
When you stand up,
Literally.
your knee's gonna crack. Is that what's going on here?
Do you know what? Hilariously, all of my younger co-workers are actually the ones with knee problems. And it's like,
right.
oh,
So
I'm
you
just,
do have a higher ground over them.
I mean, I'm quite tall, so I do have the high ground most of the time.
Ah, nice.
I'll tell you what, though, I got absolutely dwarfed today. As part of the, lead up to my birthday, went up to Scotland. I tweeted about it. We went to a place just outside Falkirk, which is called the Kelpies, which are basically two gigantic horse heads. We're talking like 100+ feet tall. As an engage comes through onto Buzzy, he takes no damage. 0. None. Chova is getting dove. Fantastic flash, though. In comes Slice to finish it off, but it's the help very much needed as the shutdown onto Chova. The Corki was becoming a big problem.
I want to hear more about these horse heads. Did someone who was just really into equestrian sports create them, or how old are we talking here?
Well, this is Scotland, so Kelpies are a mythical, Scottish thing. They're basically, think like a horse mixed with a mermaid.
Right, I immediately thought seahorse, and that's probably not the best. Got you.
No,
okay.
top half of the horse, bottom half of a fish.
Okay, well, now I have something to haunt my nightmares.
They're
So thank you.
sort of malevolent. There are a lot of malevolent Scottish folklore spirits. There is the Selkie, which are more traditional mermaid siren type creatures.
Yeah.
Red caps are evil goblins. As hang on, Scotland can wait. Baron is being started up by Symbol here. TP coming in from Chova, having just respawned. Buzzy taking a chunk this time around, as they are just going to secure the Rift Scuttler and then try and extricate. As pointed out by production, Nessie is of course a very big piece of Scottish folklore also. Stargazing needs to hold the line again. The engage now coming through. A chain of corruption all the way over the top. Virtuoso, this incredibly farmed Aatrox, just melts. Slice is able to pick up 1 kill. But look who is completely unable to walk forwards in this situation. It is Symbol who are set to flight. Health bars are dropping lower for Good Chi, though. Stargazing drops, but it's Virtuoso and Buzzy who fall in trade. Wantage needs to get the damage down. Chova gonna try and contest this tweak. You need to make sure you get this damage, and it matters. As Maro looking for the engage forwards, has to flash away. Mirai is getting some of the damage down. Fortshaw, though, who was not there for the longest time, TP's into the play, and that's a lot of health on the Gragas. Mirai is going to have to stand and watch and wait until his death lands upon him by means of a barrel.
Love that from Pashur as well, delaying Mirai's timer, which means Good Chi are able to do this Baron, hopefully base and then rotate
Is there a ward TP? Virtuoso about to respawn. The Aatrox, there he is, coming in behind the Baron pit. Baron health dropping down, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. Maro stops him from getting over the wall. An immediate jump through, though. Virtuoso is trying to find the angles, but he cannot do it. Maro now dominating on the Vayne. Buzzy set to flight. He will not get out. It is a double for Maro's Vayne, and just like that, for so long in the early game, Symbol were playing their own tune, but they've dropped it, and it is a horrible clatter as they fall to the ground, and Good Chi are on the up and up.
And the cacophony of Symbol's Baron play there echoes over Summoner's Rift. Buzzy earlier today asked Good Chi, can you humble my top laner? Don't worry, Virtuoso just humbled himself with that play. That was so arrogant, so aggressive, and let's face it, a bit of a waste of summoners.
Stargazing again finds a wall. Wantage, though, gets rooted up, has to step away. Good Chi, they're doing all right now, but they are still behind in gold. Next Drake, however, is up. This would be Soul for them. Slice is in a position to contest should he wish to, but Vatuso has only just respawned. It looks a lot to me like Symbol is unwilling to try and contest this, so Mountain Drake will be secured by Good Chi. It's still 6 minutes for an Elder, though.
Mirai, with that poke Varus, is going to have such a difficult time dealing with this Mountain Soul. He can't get any damage that
Repeating shields.
Repeating shields, indeed. Even Wantage able to hopefully tag people in with the Hextech laser. Not gonna do
Slice.
nearly
Hey,
as much
Buzzy. What you up to in the river brush there, buddies? Looking for a flank angle, mayhaps?
No, he's just base now. Picked up the Infinity Edge. I thought that was going towards a G8. No, it's an Infinity Edge on a Sinzal.
Slice. He clearly understands that the assignment is deleting Chova Romaro. The question still remains, is that even possible?
With his flash up coming soon, we'll soon
Immediately
see,
gets caught by the hook, has to use the ultimate to survive. Wantage taking a chunk of damage. Good Chi are playing this out slow. Tweak has been a little bit on the quieter side, we have to say, but the Primal Surge is so useful when you've got a Vayne on your team. The heal, the attack speed steroid on top of a lethal tempo Vayne means that people have and will continue melting in these fights.
With that mid lane tier 2 going down, the gold lead, it feels like for the first time this game is in Good Chi's favor. We're seeing 4 items on Chova, 4 items on Maro, 4 items on For Sure. They are so strong right now.
The double defensive AP items for Sure.
Yeah, it's
going to be so tough to take down. Banshee's Veil, Zhonya's Hourglass, with the added resistances from the Mountain Soul and the Mountain Soul Shield.
And the Fimbulwinter Shield.
And the Fimbulwinter Shields.
It also scales off max HP. So it's
sure does.
Might be core here, actually.
It's going to be a little while for the wave to get in, but can anyone from the side of Symbol actually come to contest? He's going to try and take the damage down onto Chova. The damage onto Stargazing is barely enough to do anything worth writing home about. Mid tier 2 is being sieged up by Symbol here. It will be taken down, but tier 2 in bot lane is already looking ready. Oh, tier 2 in bot lane was taken down by Wantage, sorry, as the tier 2 in top lane is taken down by the Good Chi members. For Sure, jumped on by Slice, does some decent damage, but not really enough to write home about, as the inhibitor has been taken down. Stargazing alongside his 280 carries are opening up the base. TP now coming in from For Sure with 20 seconds on Vatuso's death timer. Symbol get a reprieve. Good Chi decide that they are going to play it this little bit slower. There's still a minute and a half on the next Baron. They did not feel confident in their ability to end the game.
Awkward teleport there from For Sure. Really going to be missing that in the upcoming 5 minutes with Elder Dragon and Baron spawning. At least has the Symbiote Souls, so it's able to get around the map incredibly fast. But that means For Sure can't do another flanking TP, which is really what solidified Good Chi's abilities in this game to win their team fights.
It did. Now, of course, the base is now open to them.
Yes.
Top inhibitor is down. All standing gold outside of the base has been removed. The question now becomes, the side laning for Good Chi, not all that great. I feel like in a direct 1v1, Vatuso should be able to survive anyone put in front of him. That said,
Definitely.
Maro is now at 5 items, including a Guardian Angel, with all the aforementioned benefits of having the Mountain Soul.
Don't forget, the Mountain Soul also increases the bonuses you're getting from... oh god, I've forgotten his name. The bow that's giving you
Jack
armor...
Joe the Protean?
Not that one. The bow that's giving you armor and magic resist on every auto. I can't believe I've forgotten it right now.
Wow, now I've forgotten it. I thought I was going to say Zephyr, but that's not right. Why am I forgetting
we are
it?
Professionals, and we'll remember in a second. But
Why am I forgetting this item? I was so hyped about it when it first released.
Yeah,
anyway, it looks like we are setting up for the next fight, Wantage. was in danger of hook. Thankfully, a minion get down Mr. President's it. The Baron has now spawned Forshaw, looking for the fight angle. Wantage is the target, and they are trying to single him out. It's not going fantastically, though. Chova is the one to get melted. Maro is trying to play around the angles. Forshaw on a rampage. Stargazing, barely surviving. Chova is dead, but nobody else falls. Slice drops. Mirai drops. There's a full health on that Nidalee. Tweak is literally playing second fiddle to Maro's Vayne, who may be all that is necessary beyond the Gragas, let's say, for Good Chi to walk this one in.
And Terminus, that was it.
Terminus, thank you.
It was looking like a bit of a sloppy engagement. Paul Shaw actually misses the E, and then the cast who just really doesn't do anything, just hits Buzzy, and like it doesn't mean much. But they're able to isolate Wantage below that early Zhonya's, and then just he was able to flash out, but you already blew everything you wanted to from the Victor, all his defensive abilities, so he had to play much further back in the fight. Virtuoso really wasn't able to do much. I thought he was just going to try and one-shot Tweak, but Tweak just had enough movement in his kit to allow him to skirt around this Aatrox. And Maro is so strong right now with all those added defenses that he's able to survive way longer than any Vayne really should.
Elder Dragon is now being started up by the side of Good Chi. Look at Virtuoso. He has found a position in the river to look for a flank in. They're just going to let it reset for a moment. Forshaw now joins the play. Wantage is looking to get a reset off here. Maybe finish up an item.
In the top lane. Super minions in the top lane with Chova and
they are pushing in.
TP.
9,000 health dropping down. Forshaw gets his Banshees pop. Stargazing is going to step to try and keep Slice out. They're able to do it, but there's still 5,000 health on this Elder Dragon. Now they get the walk in. Forshaw, however, finds the catch. They're trying to do the damage. Blue team have slain the Elder Dragon. Symbol might have just been having them play to the merry jig, the tune of their own. Chova is still alive, though. Maro is still alive, though. Wantage cannot do the damage. Mirai is left alone as Forshaw will make it Forshaw with a quadra kill. That's 4 more for Maro, taking it down as Good Chi. It wasn't clean, not even close. They gave over the Elder, but at the end of the day, they will do what needs to be done. Not clean, but they secure their first win of the split.
As Symbol comes crashing down from such a dominant lead in this game, Good Chi were able to outmaneuver, out-team fight them. And honestly, what a game to end the day!
Oh. I have so many questions. We looked at that early game, and it was all Symbol. It was a marching band looking like they were going to go straight down mid lane to the Good Chi Nexus, but a fantastic teleport play brings back some gold. Great. Maro starts getting scaling. It turns out Tweak doesn't need to be a big carry when he's giving heals and attack speed to this ever more monstrous Vayne, who is unspeakably tanky, thanks to Mountain Drakes, thanks to Mountain Soul, thanks to GA, thanks to the team playing wholly around him. And Forshaw on this Gragas falls 80 CS down in lane, TPs to that play, and completely blew Virtuoso out of the water in terms of usefulness.
Yeah, and really that just goes to show that top laning literally means nothing, and it's how good you are at team fighting, really. I'm
sure that there are angles where that's not necessarily true. Yeah, but this game, honestly, Virtuoso was not able to make it happen, and I have to question Slice a little. He got strong early and then decided to go, all right, I'm going full assassin. I'm going to kill their carries, and then didn't kill their carries.
There's a reason we don't see more assassins in Zao, and I think that game fully personifies why. Because your champion in the current meta is a frontliner, and you're not frontlining, you're attempting to, I don't know, E-flash onto Chova and try and one-tap him, which just didn't happen.
Yeah, it did not work out. And there will be some questions, perhaps, in the Symbol camp. They're still 1-1. They're starting out decently well. We'll see how they progress as the split does also. But man, oh man, I'm sure the desk can have plenty to say about that one. So We'll let it across to them. We'll see.
I have very little to say actually, because clearly I was wrong and I forgot that when I started working today on this broadcast, that this is the UKL.
Yeah.
And all logical predictions will go out the window. The Vayne will pop off and make big plays, and the long range that was coming in from the side of Symbol will not be able to handle it. So therefore, my analysis is going to be handed over to Harold, whose hand is holding his head, to think about what to say about what we just witnessed after, let's not forget, by the way, a 5-1 lead at 3 minutes. Let's just remember that, because it was a long game and that was a while ago.
What to say without sounding too...
Yeah, you're keeping
Flamey.
positive on the UKL. You know, it's
Yeah,
only
keep
week
it-
one.
Give it a good spin. So, you know, props to Chi for keeping it up, you know, going
Yes.
down in the early game. Really good job. Like, fighting to their strengths, knowing that they have the possibility to outscale and then to play these team fights in this, like, very disruptive way. You saw, you know, for sure on the Gragas just...
Yeah, he said it.
Yeah, well.
Oh, man. I was trying to have an actual discussion about the game, and then I get hit with the screenshot of Buzzy asking for his top laner to be gapped. And yeah, honestly, top cap, Virtuoso washed. Get out of the league.
Damn, I wouldn't go that far. But like, damn, like I'm saying though, the one thing I will say to add like a bit of a like kind of soft bandage over the wound is that it is week one, right? Like we got a lot of UKL to play. Like there are still quite a few games left. It's definitely not decided where you're going to be seated right now, and teams will change over the course of the season, right? They will get better. Some will get worse potentially. Some will just stay the same, but there's always the potential for growth, right? And I feel like Symbol, they can learn a lot from this game, because I think that there was a lot in the way, especially macro wise, that they just didn't do that well and can definitely improve on in the future. W.
Yeah, it's like these games when you're winning this hard early, like they were, you kind of just forget that, like, you know, the game's not won in 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Like, you have to kill the enemy nexus. You have to make it explode to win the game. And you can't let these early leads give you some kind of bait to just go absolutely crazy and wild with your builds. We saw plenty of moments where an engage came through, it would catch, like Buzzy would go in, get everybody on the Magnet Storm, but there was just no follow-up, or the Zinzao would follow up, get one shot because they're so squishy. Same going for the Aatrox. Like, it just their comp just did not work well together, because every player was just playing incredibly too greedy for themselves. They just didn't play the map together as well. There was a lot of opportunities where like Wantage maybe showed up a bit late, and Good Chi just played better League of Legends, and that was more than enough for them to take the win.
Yeah, and there was some talk from the green room about like some rock stuff, you know, but we're not going to bring that up too much. What I will say is rock solid is the mental fortitude of Good Chi, right? Because they were far behind. Like, we're talking like you're running a race, you're like back here, and the person is just going. They're getting to the finish line. You are the tortoise, they are the hare right now, and they kept it slow and steady, and they did win that race. They were able to really bring it back, and I feel like also from a comp that was very wacky, which gives a lot of levels to Good Chi, right? They're good in this early game sometimes. They've also been able to play some pretty good compositions, right? Where they've been able to kind of switch things up, and they're a team that you can't just pick and ban against simply. And now that we got Maro on Vayne as well as a prospect, like maybe teams are going to have to rethink some of these tank picks, right? They can't necessarily just go for those big, heavy bruisers in the front line, because you know what? This Vayne in a game where we all were like, hey, this is not a good pick, seemed to do really well.
Yeah, this Vayne was I mean, like, when we came in, last pick, right? You're like, what on earth is going on? Where's this Vayne? Come on, who are you? Who do you think you are? But, you know what? Mauer showed. That was the one moment we saw towards the game where Mauer just absolutely clutched up, just got 3 kills out of nowhere. They were behind 4K. After that fight went to like a 2K less. Still, the game drew out. But once this guy had his items on lead, they were just unkillable. I mean, the Mountain Dragon on top of every other item they had, the Terminus, the Jack Show, they were just a second tank at that point and had all the damage needed. The safety net with the Condemns were really nice. There were so many moments they would just use it to stop Slice from getting into a Dragon Pit or just disengage people. So you know what? In all things, this Vayne pick, I think it really, really worked out nicely.
No, it did really. And that is in a way a really nice place to end what was week one, right? That was week one done. You know, it's been nice. It's nice to have the UKEL back, right? We obviously, last time we all met was in person, which was great. Hopefully we do that stuff again, but we'll obviously keep you guys inundated with that if we do have any plans for that in the future. But for now, we are back. We're back for spring. It's going to be a good time. We've already had a lot of crazy moments, right? And I feel like this league today, we saw exactly what it's all about. It is all about not knowing who is going to win at any point really in the game, and that's what we're all here for. But that is going to be week one done. There are 5 weeks in total. There aren't that many games, so you better make sure you tune in on the Monday and Thursday. But before we go, we're going to get a quick special message from Brack, so we're going to hand it over to him. But from us, we are going to say goodnight.
Psych, it's not Brack because I haven't built that part of the show yet. You've got Temporal in producer mode with the head of match here. Everyone at home, our friend Brackish Brit over at twitch.tv/BrackishBrit and twitter.com/BrackishBrit is supporting ambitious autism this month. Plenty of variety content and other things as he spends all of his time online raising money for this very, very good cause. Please get involved if you fancy. You can find him tagged in today's going live tweet or indeed at twitter.com/BrackishBrit. Don't forget, our in-houses are now also open. So if you are Diamond 2 and above, our eligibility criteria is over in the Discord server, discord.gg/the UKEL. The UKEL will return this Saturday with a special piece of content. We'd like to thank you for watching and good night.